Alright everybody, let me just check something. How's everybody doing today? Hope you are blessed today. There's some critical faith theory for you. Hope you're all doing well. And yes, happy Sunday indeed. Now, I typically don't have my lights on this early, but you know, I just don't want to get up in between and turn them on. Plus, it's almost sunset. Yeah, getting super early sunsets here in Southern California. Good to see everybody. Welcome to Critical Faith Theory. For those who come by this channel usually and see me gaming or racing, whatever, you're like, what's going on? Is he preaching the gospel? Well, kind of. You could say that. Again, this is a something I used to do and haven't had time for recently, but today is the first official Critical Faith Theory stream. Yes, you heard it, official. And in fact, when I say official, I mean it. For those on Twitch, check the pinned comment. We are also live on the Critical Faith Theory channel, which is my other channel. You can go check it, !YouTube. Both my channels are listed. Critical Faith Theory is my second channel. We are live there as we speak. So go over there, give that a like, give that a subscribe. I do have a couple of videos up there that might give you, enlighten you a little bit. And, I talk about faith, and I want to talk about faith from a lens of sort of like, what's going on these days when it comes to like nationalism, when it comes to the problems with evangelicalism, but also, we want to talk globally as well. But mostly I'm going to focus on like American, American and North American, specifically Christianity, and unfortunately it's spreading to Europe, and sort of how I, as a Christian who's not from the Western world, I'm a Christian from India, from South Asia, and so how for us, Christianity in the West is so like, it's almost foreign to us, the way it's practiced here. You know what I mean? It's like, and not just literally, but I mean just like the sort of paradigm, the sort of line of thinking, the core sort of tenets of it are so different from what we have back home. And I do think that's to its detriment. So we're going to talk today about that. So today's agenda, today's woke DEI, ESG agenda. My favorite little Indian, Vivek Ramaswamy, I can never say his name right, but Vivek always says ESG is bad, the woke DEI ESG agenda today is and I'm waiting for the angry evangelicals to come in and start spamming and start hating, but the woke DEI agenda is today three very exciting things. One, we're actually going to be on, and I'm going to pull him in here in a second. We're actually going to, I don't know if you all heard, you all probably heard about the what's her name? Samantha Fulnecki, right? Samantha Fulnecki, she's the student who got a failing grade, and then basically she wrote that essay as a way to get her trans teacher fired, right? Her trans professor fired. So, or rather, I think on leave. I think she's on leave. If I'm not mistaken. Sorry, my mic boosted there. I think she's on leave. We're going to talk about that. In fact, we have a special guest, which I don't know if he's in chat yet. I'll pull him in. But he is a professional educator. He's been teaching for many, many years. Professional teacher, educator, someone who understands, history, teaches history and stuff like that. So specifically, classical history. We're gonna have our friend Aglor on. I don't want to go give his real first name, but Aglor will be on. We're actually going to red pen. We're going to live grade. He is going to live grade the essay for us today. So that's going to be super cool. We're going to go through it together. And also maybe I'll offer some of my input maybe as to why people pick, from sort of a faith perspective, why I think a lot of the stuff she wrote in there is just completely wrong, is not biblical or theological in any way, theologically correct. And I think a lot of people here, whether you are Christian or Jewish or Muslim, would probably agree with me, would probably agree or see eye to eye on this, that, yeah, what she wrote in there is pretty wrong. Like, it's not, it's all based on propaganda. So propaganda, culture war stuff, and we're going to use that as our trying to act like the angry evangelicals. Like, no, God said I can goon. No, God said you can breed. No, it's God said retain for breeding. You have to retain semen in order to breed. That's what the evangelicals say. You have to do retention, and you have to toast your balls. Anyways. But anyways, yeah. And as you can see today, I do have my CFT shirt on. In fact, I should probably make my own merch. Just to maybe use it for raising money for charity. But yeah, this is a shirt I got. I think I got it from the Christian Left. It's a Facebook page, the Christian Left. But they make these cool shirts. So this one says, seek justice, love mercy, walk humbly with your God. That's Micah 6 verse 6. So from the Old Testament. So yeah, it's pretty good verse. Micah chapter 6 is a very good passage, by the way. Not enough Christians read about it. So anyways, we're gonna get into that. So we're gonna live grade and red pen the essay. We'll let our professional educator friend Aglor do that, and then of course, we'll watch him tear it apart, and then. After that, we're going to do some reacts. We're just going to look on Christian Talk today. What's on Christian Talk? We're going to just search TikTok and see what the heck's going on there. And then after that, I'm going to do a quick message. So we're going to do our first part of a series called McChristianity. You could probably see that in the title. So I'm starting a new series for the YouTube channel. We're going to record it. Of course, I'll have alerts and stuff, and chat won't be on the screen off. So I'll have alerts off, no chat on the screen. We're going to, because I'm going to record it for YouTube and then add stuff on the side. So that's basically what I'm going to do. And so yeah, we're going to do a quick message sort of to introduce the series called McChristianity. I have a few Bible passages prepared, and then I have a lot of concerns I want to share about sort of the current state of world and American Christianity. And then after that, we're going to get into Baldur's Gate 3, because if you all remember, maybe this is a long time ago, I'm going to jog your memory. A while ago, we started Baldur's Gate 3 as a cleric. I've sort of been getting to grips with Baldur's Gate 3. I have a second character that I'm doing that's a Gloomstalker assassin, so more of an archer. Basically, I want to maximize the number of turns I get, the number of attacks I get per turn, basically. So I've been learning the game through that. So yeah, we're going to continue our cleric run, our chaotic good cleric, because to me, Jesus seems like he was chaotic good. He was flipping tables and driving merchants out of the temple and telling them what the real meaning of the gospel was. Real meaning of what it means to actually have faith, and actually what not only about faith, but also just how to treat your fellow human being. Even if you're someone who's an atheist or an agnostic, I'm sure many of them would agree with sort of what Jesus was preaching in that time. So anyways, we're going to get into that. Let's pull in Aglor. I don't want to keep him waiting because time zones. So let me pull him in, and yeah, I'm going to invite our friend whenever he gets in. I'm going to stop the music for now, and then we're going to get into it. Let me make sure yep, that's cool. Awesome. Oh no, I don't, yeah, there we go. So we're going to bring in our friend Aglor. And yeah. Hopefully my mic isn't peaking too much. Okay, it's good. It's good, okay. All right, everybody. So we're going to, while he comes by, we're going to, let me ping him. I'll ping him whenever he comes in. But yeah, the goat's making his entrance. It's true. And so yeah, whenever he shows up. So in the meantime, oh wait a minute, got a message. Sorry, it's not taking you into a voice channel. Let me just add him. Hang on a minute. No, just a minute. We're having one just quick hiccup. All right, let me call him. Huh, that's weird. It takes him to rules. Okay, well, we'll just start it here. Hello?
How are we doing?
Hey, we got you on. How you doing, Aglor?
Turn off the actual stream. I'm hearing two of you.
No worries. Take your time. If
Amateur
you don't
hour over here, look at me go.
If you don't mind, I'll record this as well. If you don't mind.
Yeah, perfectly fine. Let me see.
We're gonna We're gonna trigger MAGA with this video when it comes out.
And there it is. Share screen. Let's get these PDFs up to annotate here.
Not those kind of PDFs, chat. Mine out of the gutter, please.
Okay.
Okay, let me.
You should now be able to see my my iPad here if we did it correctly.
Yeah, so let me pull it up on the screen, and then I'll introduce. Well, I'll let you introduce yourself, but I'll sort of do the intro for the video. All right.
Yeah, sounds good.
Cool,
Do you want
cool.
me just to talk now?
No, I'll do the intro, and then I'll let you introduce yourself, and then we'll get into it. So,
Oh, for the
just sort
recording.
of for the
Gotcha.
recording. Yes, yes.
Okay.
All right, everybody, who's ready? Okay, here we go. Okay, so recording button. All right, everybody, welcome to another episode of Critical Faith Theory. Today's a very special one. It has to do with a recent news story that came out of Oklahoma University. As somebody, I myself am a Christian, but I'm friends with a lot of people of various faith convictions and even no faith conviction, atheist and agnostic. And the kind of things we're seeing out of this case of the student named Samantha Fulnecki, and the professor that she had put on leave. It really concerns me as a Christian. Are we using our faith? Are we weaponizing our faith against others unfairly? And are we doing it to try to bypass academic excellence and basic just sort of reading comprehension? And that seems to be what's happened here. Now, of course, before I make those assumptions, and people may get onto this video and say, well, you're a fake Christian, you don't support your fellow Christian who's getting persecuted by the woke university. We're going to clarify that because today we have a professional educator. Of course, I won't give out their real name, but his real name, his online name is Aglor. We're going to bring in our friend Aglor, who is has been a professional educator and teacher for many, many years, who's taught in multiple countries, not just the United States. And he and I are going to red pen Samantha Fulnecki's entire essay, top to bottom. Oh boy, this is going to be fun. So if you think I'm just making assumptions and I just hate right wingers or whatever, no, we are going to, with reason, with analysis, with a red pen, properly go through this paper. And in fact, I think Aglor, we have him here now. In between, we're going to actually. I might even offer some insight as far as what the Bible says and what it actually says about, say, for instance, being transgender. So I can provide some of that context, but I will let our good friend here and our professional educator friend Aglor here, we've got the paper up on screen and you've got your virtual red pen ready, your Apple Pencil. So have at us.
All right. So, yeah, like you said, I have a background in education, social studies, and history education specifically. But that involves a lot of reading, a lot of writing, and crucially to this, it was a psychology course in question that we're looking at a paper from, rather. And psychology, part of the social sciences, which falls under that realm of social studies. So I have a little experience in that field as well. So should be interesting to take a look at this. I haven't read through the whole thing after the first day it dropped. So as close to fresh eyes as I can be bringing to this this essay, if we really want to call it that. It's a little short to be an essay. But,
They're already grilling it, aren't we?
yeah, well, now I will say, as you can see on the screen here, and if anything cuts out at any point, let me know and we'll try to get it back going. What we have here are the screen caps from the Turning Point USA, the actual university's local chapter. They're the ones who published all of this and brought it out. So we have all of that here, but then I also have a much easier formatted version. I don't know who made this, but I did check to make sure that it was accurate and that it contained the entire thing. So this will be the one we look at when we dive into the essay itself, just for ease of reading.
Awesome.
Now, before we do anything, it's important, I think, to begin by looking at the actual directions for the assignment. Obviously, you cannot fairly assess a student's work and their learning if you don't actually lay out the ground rules of what it is they're supposed to be demonstrating. So that's really the first step here is figure out what this even was before we go and start, scribbling red ink all over the page.
Okay,
So
so
we have here, you must write 650 words, body of text, double-spaced reaction paper. Now, as we go through, I'm going to just highlight a couple of things that stand out to me. And so I'm not just assessing the essay from the student here. I'm also going to be giving my thoughts, because I can't help myself, on the actual instructor and the course, and how all the context comes together. So it's not just looking at the paper here. I'm sure that's been done a lot, and a lot of people have written their thoughts about it or recorded their thoughts about it. So as we go through 650 words, that's fine. I will say I am not a huge fan personally of doing word limits. Let me see here. Can I highlight on this without too much trouble? May not let me. Oh, okay. Why are we giving me a hard time? Don't you love technology? I'll just red ink it then.
I know. Yeah. There you go.
650 words. I'm not big on word counts. Reason being, a lot of times what we have is, in that case, a student will start to just fluff the piece. They will say, everything they need to say in 500 words. Oh, but I have to do another 150 words to hit the word count. Let me just start adding in a bunch of extra fluff that doesn't really add anything and often dilutes my point and weakens my own argument. So generally, for any educators out there, I would recommend avoiding word counts unless you have a really good, compelling reason to make that a strong requirement of the assignment. Another thing that stands out to me here, double space is standard, but calling this a reaction paper, I have no good reason for this. I just don't like it. It's normally you'd call this a reflection paper. You're reflecting on what you read or what you watched. Reason being, a reflection is more thoughtful. A reaction can be more knee-jerk. And for some reason, this bothers me more than just about anything else, is it being called a reaction paper. But that's my own personal pet peeve. We can move on. So double-spaced reaction paper demonstrating that you read the assigned article and includes a thoughtful reaction. Again, reflection would be a better word here. But to the material presented in the article. Now, I should say before we move on any further, to my knowledge, we don't have the actual article being responded to. Maybe it's come out in a news story since. I have not seen it. I have not read it. So we won't be looking at the initial article itself.
No, I mean that's fair. I mean, I guess that's okay, because I think what we're getting into is sort of just the I guess the construction of the way the student constructed her arguments, or tried to construct her arguments, I guess.
Right. Yeah.
That's mainly what we're focusing on. I mean, we could I could try to find it here on the side while you're doing stuff. I'll try to find it.
I will say the issues with the essay are not, as we'll see here in a moment when we look at the rubric. The issues are not necessarily with the article itself, which, given it's supposed to be a reaction to an article, is bad. But we'll get to that here in just a moment. So points will be deducted when papers are deficient in any of these areas. I will deduct 10 points if your paper is between 620, 649 words, blah, 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 blah. Papers not turned in by the deadline will not receive credit. I'd recommend against that if you're an instructor. Lots of circumstances for why someone might not be able to turn something in by an arbitrary deadline. Your mileage may vary, and I know a lot of times instructors, especially at the university level, do not have the autonomy to dictate that. And I do know that multiple instructors were working on this specific course, so probably multiple sections, using the same sort of course outline and same materials. So what we have here is a case of not a professor dictating a course, but somewhere, maybe it was a committee, I don't know, created this course and all the modules for it, and they have hired instructors to teach the course as written. That's the context we're looking at here.
Okay.
Going on, we see, please remember that your reaction paper should not be a summary, but rather a thoughtful discussion of some aspect of the article. And this is the key point here, a thoughtful discussion of some aspect of the article. That's what we're looking for. Possible approaches include, so now the instructor is kindly providing options without dictating anything. So this might take the form of a discussion of why you feel the topic is important and worthy of study or not, or an application of the study or results to your own experiences. And this part here, your own experiences, is going to come into play when we read the actual essay as written, because that was very much the angle being taken. There are other possibilities as well. The best reaction papers illustrate the students have read the assigned materials, key point there, and engaged in critical thinking about some aspect of the article. Formatting requirements, blah, blah, blah. Now, here we have what a lot of the news articles I came across were calling a rubric. That's a very, very messy word because it means a lot of things. But here we're looking at a 25-point scale, which is an interesting choice for something so small, but broken up into 3 categories. Does the paper show a clear tie-in to the assigned article for 10 points? Does the paper present a thoughtful reaction or response to the article rather than a summary? 10 points. Notice there I'd say thoughtful is the key point. And then is the paper clearly written? And that's for 5 points. So with this, we can see that the quality of writing is being weighted at a much lower level than the actual content of the essay. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that, especially with something that's not intended to be a creative writing endeavor or a writing course in particular. The issues we have here, there are multiple. Getting past the idea of assigning points in this way, which is common practice, but is not what I would call good practice for assessment. Getting away from that, we have no clarity on this of all or nothing, or are there partial credit options available? Which I mean, if we look at this first one, and after we read it, we look at it holistically. Does the paper show a clear tie-in to the assigned article? Well, I am inclined, looking at this, to say the 10 points is just a weighting metric. So that means you either get 0 points or you get 10 points. You either do it or you don't. The paper either is clearly tied in or it is not. But because it's not clearly laid out, we could easily see a situation where one instructor may opt to do partial credit. So it's not super clearly tied in, but you reference the article in some way. So maybe you get 1 or 2 points. And so that's the first issue here. Despite having this rubric, it's not objective.
So it's not a clear... So you're saying the first one is, it's not a clear sort of sliding scale as far as like what level of tie-in there is. I guess, is it like, it's not clear what it's trying to measure? Like, what do you mean by clear tie-in?
Right. And so that's a big issue we see here too. And I realize I'm sort of grading the grading criteria, but that's where we are. So clear. What does that word mean? And again, here, is it clearly written? What does that mean? What does it mean for something to be thoughtful? And these are vague terms, but the tricky thing with it is, and let me be clear, to use the word, I don't think that there's anything wrong with using this more subjective sort of language inherently. Assessment is always subjective.
Yep.
Even where it appears to be objective, like a multiple choice exam or something like mathematics, you are still having subjectivity in terms of someone made a decision to include the question in that format with those distractors, with those pieces of information to build the question. So there's always subjectivity in assessment. That's okay. That's not the problem. The problem is Instead of just making it, did you do it or did you not? We have 10 points, which can imply either all or nothing, which is how I would choose to interpret it, or an equally valid choice. An instructor could say, well, does the paper show a clear tie-in? Well, it's not clear, but it is a tie-in. So maybe that's 3 points. But we don't have anything clearly laid out to explain what a 3 point would be, or a 5 point, or a 7 point. We just have this is worth 10 if you do it, with no clarifications, ironically enough, about what clear means.
Okay. So, all right. Yeah, no, I agree. I think there's like, are there different like levels of tie-in? I guess for like, if you want to say it's a clear tie-in, like, how do you measure like levels of, I don't know if it's even clarity, but like, I guess relevance to the article, right? As well, because, or like if the paper is say only citing one part of the article and hyper focusing on that instead of a full instead of using the full article, I guess like that would be maybe, I don't know, 3 points, right? Whereas if you were actually like considering the article's entire argument, top to bottom, then that would be 10. I guess maybe that's one way, that's one improvement I would probably make to point number one. And the same with point number two, like how do you say thoughtful react, like what do you mean by thoughtful reaction? Like how do you, and I guess it's again it's subjective, but it's like how do you separate sort of like thoughtful reaction versus just a summary? And then how do you filter for, say, people just writing reactionary responses to the article rather than actually like going through that? I don't know, you as an educator, like how would you make sure that your students are like know what's expected, like clearly?
Well, so there are a couple of options that we generally see. And the common one is to use and what's traditionally considered a true rubric, which is why I said, before, this isn't necessarily what we would consider a rubric. But usually you'll see sort of a spreadsheet looking thing, kind of like this.
I remember those, yeah.
And then, so like we might have 3 levels for each of the 3 things. So we have a little grid here. And, we might say that over here is like a 0 to 3, and here's 4 to 7, and 8 to 10 points in this column, and so on, right? And then you can say maybe you put a checklist in each of the boxes, or maybe you have a just a more detailed description, or perhaps even an example within each box. And then that is how you sort of cross-reference. The idea there being it minimizes deviance between assessments from different instructors. So if you're trying to have a common assessment, this is one approach to do it, where you say, look, if you're going to give 4 points or 5 points for this category, then it needs to look something like this example, or it needs to look something like meeting X, Y, and Z. So that's one way to do it. Personally, I don't care for rubrics very much in that sort of traditional way. I like a what's called a single point rubric, where it's, here's the thing you have to do. Did you do it or not? And so it's 1 point basically for each thing. And so in this case, does the paper show and I would reword some of this. So instead of does the paper show a clear tie into the assigned article, I would think for a second, what am I wanting my students to provide? What am I wanting them to show? And that's something that I can't just sort of, do without the full context of knowing exactly what the department is looking for and the course itself. But first thing I would do would be get rid of the word clear and replace it with something that's more accurate to what you mean. Does the paper show, maybe you just mean, does it tie in to the assigned article? Does it directly reference, could be a way to do it. And using the word direct means the student has to do it directly, not just in a way where you can say, well, I mentioned the vague topic by name. No, you have to directly reference the article. That could be a way to do it. And you either did or you didn't.
Yeah, like reference passages from the article or quote, right? Basically, or
exactly, yeah. So that could look like paraphrasing. That could look like direct quotations. You have options there. So that would be a way I would do it, instead of putting it on a point scale. And then I would just do an overall pass-fail for it, or pass, not pass, depending on the language you want to use. So, did the student demonstrate what's the goal with this, reaction paper? Well, if the goal is to demonstrate that you did read and process the information within the article and connect it to your prior experience and prior understanding, you can do that without, doing a bunch of funky algebra to figure out how the categories average together.
Yeah.
So that's sort of my thought process on all of that.
Yeah, and I'd like to
go ahead.
Yeah, I don't want to jump. I guess I'll jab in here, but I was just saying, like, notice this whole time, has there in this assignment, right, in this assignment prompt, notice how there's like people like these TPUSA idiots will say, well, they're forcing you to take the woke stance. Where are they pushing you to take a certain stance? The assignment is asking you to read the assigned materials, right, in that last paragraph, have a thoughtful discussion about, about the article, based on, your experience or knowledge, or maybe you did some research on the topic, externally and cited your sources, and engage in critical thinking. You could come out with a variety of positions from that. We're not pushing a certain agenda here. It's not saying that, like, you have to fully agree with, with self-ID and stuff, which, again, I, of course, agree with self-ID. I do think that, it can get a little hairy with, what are they called? Neopronouns and sort of, I guess, like, I forget what the other term is, but, like, it can get really academic and technical with that. But generally speaking, thoughtful is woke, checkmate, yeah. But generally speaking, like, this prompt is not forcing you to think a certain way. It's giving you the avenue to explore the topic through the article, right? So that's why I think when they say, oh, they're pushing wokeness, they want you to only answer a certain way, that's not what it's asking. And so, anytime these parents get mad and say, oh, they're forcing woke onto my kids, it's like, prove it. It's not in the assignment. And maybe, again, if the student actually, again, not that I would do this, but I'm just being devil's advocate here. Critical faith theory, advocating on behalf of the devil. Canceled. But devil's advocate here. If she could have, and we're going to see in the paper, I guess, when we red ink it, she could have cited the paper and, even cited, some studies. Like, I know the studies the problem is the studies, most of them are bunk. Like, a lot of the transphobic studies, like, I believe there's a study out of Sweden that's, like, really not well done. It's, like, based on surveys and stuff. So it's not, and it's a very small sample size. And of course, like, she could have cited maybe a lot of the detransition propaganda that's out there and some of that, but, like, she could have at least done that. And what we're going to see is she didn't even do that. It's just platitudes upon platitudes. So, yeah. And sorry, Nabil, we're recording this, but good to see you, my friend. Good to see you. Yeah, good to see you. We're actually going over the paper, the infamous paper. So we're going to be red inking it with our friend here, Aglor, who's a professional teacher and educator. So he knows his stuff. By the way, Aglor, my mother is most of my aunts and my mother they're all teachers. She hasn't taught in a long time. No, she's cool. It's just that, she did all her, school, she did her teacher's training in India and stuff like that years ago. So, but yeah, she used to teach. She used to teach middle school geography. Really, really cool. So.
Yep. And I know the Indian system borrows a lot from the British system, kind of that Commonwealth education system idea.
It's not good.
And they like to separate geography from we lump it under social studies because it's so integrated.
Mm-hmm.
And that system, oftentimes, they separate geography from history, from sociology. It's an interesting way to do it. I'm not sure. Sometimes I agree, and other times I don't. It depends on the mood, I guess.
No, and yeah, it's. I don't want to go into Indian education, but as you know, I think even Indian education is changing to a degree. There are conversations among, like, educators and stuff, like, yeah, we can't keep doing rote memorization. This isn't helping. But anyways, that aside, that's my connection to sort of, as far as, like, being in education, apart from getting an education, a lot of my family are educators themselves. So I'm the only second person in my entire extended family to go into computer science and engineering. So yeah, I became a tech bro. Yeah, cringe. Anyways, let's I guess take it away. Looks like I don't know if you were done. Sorry, I didn't want to jet in. Did you have anything else on the assignment? I don't want to rush you, so we'll finish that up and
No,
then
nothing
yeah.
too important. I will
Okay.
say that, and again, just based off of the news articles I've read related to this for the
Mm.
context of it, the student in question is a junior. This is specifically a psychology course. I don't know if this student is majoring in psychology, but if you are, a junior in college and you are taking a higher level psychology course, one of the electives, it's probably at least your minor, if not your major. So, including that context, and then I did just want to point out the notation here that the instructor will deduct 10 points if the paper is between 620 and 649 words and not give credit for papers under 620. I do believe that it cleared the word count, I think 700 plus words. So that is not at issue here. It's not about the technical nature of the assignment in terms of word count or formatting, although there are issues there.
Wow.
That is not the core issue that resulted in the zero. So just bear that in mind. Before we jump into it, I just wanted to pull this up again. The three things being graded or assessed. Does the paper show a clear tie-in to the assigned article? Does the paper present a thoughtful reaction or response to the article rather than a summary? And is the paper clearly written?
All right.
Any other thoughts before we jump into it?
Yeah, it looks I just want to ask I know some people are on mobile screens, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to zoom in from Discord. I wonder if there's a way I can.
Oh, I'll be zooming in and out a little bit as we go,
Okay,
just
perfect,
so
perfect. Yeah,
I
just
can
for
actually
mobile
watch
screens.
the page. And then I'll zoom out, as we're reading it, but
Awesome,
to
awesome. That
make
would
my
help.
notation a little.
Perfect. No problem with that. Okay, so hopefully, yeah, everybody can clearly read it. So yeah, we've got the paper, everybody. Get your popcorn out. And
Okay.
you know.
So the first thing I'll say, and this is something I've noticed more and more with, middle schoolers, high schoolers, and so on. I don't know what happened. I don't know when this happened. Somewhere along the way, we seem to have stopped indenting our paragraphs. So I'm just going to make that note in front of every single paragraph.
Because I forget MLA, you got Elias. I don't. It didn't say MLA in the rubric, or the assignment, right? So I mean MLA is usually standard essay format in university. So
Right.
I don't know. Yeah.
So that's the first thing. Those are my chicken scratch versions of the put a paragraph here,
Yep.
or indent a new paragraph. Technically, of course, these are new paragraphs because there is that additional spacing in between, but they should still be indented unless you are doing like a block quote, which the specifics of that, of course, will, like you alluded to, vary depending on the citation style and the format style being used. But generally, block quotes require you to quote something and cite it, which does not happen in this entire essay. So that is not
Lovely.
why these are that way.
All
So
right.
I'll zoom in just a little bit. So this article was very thought provoking. That should be hyphenated. Thought provoking and caused me to thoroughly evaluate the idea of gender and the role it plays in our society. Now, I should say as well, even though we haven't read the actual article that this is a reaction to, the course is, as I understand it, broadly about gender in society from the psychological point of view.
Mhm.
That is to say, as opposed to the sociological point of view. So we're looking a lot more at the socialization, or perhaps the roles and stereotypes, which, based on some of the writing in this essay, I would imagine was kind of the topic at hand. I believe it was an article about gender roles, stereotypes, and how that comes into play in bullying in middle school. I think it was specifically middle school. For some reason, that's standing out in my memory. Don't quote me on that. We can fact check that later. But that's what I do know of the article. So, uh, going on with the second sentence here, the article discussed peers using teasing as a way to enforce gender norms. And again, I believe those peers are middle schoolers. I do not necessarily see this as a problem. Okay. Weird sentence, but good so far. Kind of. This is where we get off the rails. God made male and female and made us differently from each other on purpose and for a purpose.
Yeah.
This is just a messy. The comment I would give would be rephrase.
Yeah, even if we
Rephrase.
disagree with the statement, like itself, like you're not talking about the contents, you're talking about the phrasing and I guess the language, right? Is the
It's
main
just clunky.
connection.
It's so one, it's just sort of throwing a statement out there. I would probably recommend, although because it's like an introductory paragraph, I might be a little more flexible with it. But I probably recommend referencing something. According to Christian doctrine, according to traditional values, or according to, XYZ tradition, God made male and female, da da da. But even aside from that, this is just a messy sentence. I hesitate to call it a run-on because at least run-ons go somewhere. But it just sort of keeps going, but saying nothing, and it's very repetitive.
That and she could have. Sorry, she could have. I mean, in MLA, typically, you put citations in, with the number. She could have had a citation to either like a particular chapter and verse of the Bible, or there are a lot of sort of like. I mean, she could have gone. I mean, she could have gone to her pastor and be like, do you have any? Because oftentimes in theology, you have. For each book of the Bible, they have a lot of like famous theologians will write treatises or analyses of the books of the Bible, or of certain passages. So she could have gotten that from her pastor. They usually give that out for free anyways. So it's like she could have cited that at least, maybe an interpretation of the book of Genesis or something, and cited that at least as a source. But there is no source here. Now, as a Christian, and again, I'm more of a liberation, sort of, more. I don't know. I have problems with Christian anarchy. That's another time. But yeah, I'm more of sort of a liberation, sort of lefty Christian, somebody who's more on the social justice orientation type of Christian. And what I would say is, God made. It says in the beginning, God made human beings, right? And in the narrative, in the creation narrative, we learned that God had created all the animals and the plants and all the galaxies and all that. But then God created man to tend the garden, to tend the Garden of Eden. But then man did not have a partner because all the other animals had partners. They were breeding. Now, of course, that it's the Genesis narrative, the creation narrative is not specific when it comes to the animals. It's not specific saying all the animals are heterosexual. It is said nowhere in that text that all the animals are heterosexual. So that's one problem here. Secondly, it is said that Eve was created out of Adam's rib, or at least Adam's rib was used, or part of Adam's rib was used to create Eve. And again, this we're talking mythological, sort of metaphysical here. But what I'm saying is that in the narrative, it says God made Adam and Eve male and female. It does not say God only made male and female human beings. The other thing in the Bible too, and there's so many passages, I'm not going to pull them up here, but there's so many passages that talk about how we as human beings cannot fully comprehend. None of us can fully comprehend God, right? God is omniscient, all-powerful, eternal, etc., right? We cannot comprehend, nor do we know what God truly wants. Like, that's a journey you have to go on. That's, and so for us as human beings to claim that God only wants it this way, it's like, how do you know that? You know what I mean? It's like, and I do think that, and again, this is probably not academic, but just for people who, and I think this is important. I think God puts certain people in our lives, whether it's queer people, trans people, people from other countries who speak different languages. I think God puts them in our lives, or God has these, or when I say put in your life, I mean, I think God brings these people into your life for a reason. I think it's to get you to really see what Jesus was talking about when he said love your neighbor as yourself. Like he really really meant that. And sort of dismantling sort of social hierarchies, dismantling caste systems and class systems. There's all this going into it. And I think that's that. And from not only I think, but also what I've sort of experienced over the years is I think is that these people are brought into your life to help you learn that. And so you befriend these people, they're part of your friend circle, your community. And I think you really learn what it means to sort of be Christ-like toward others and care for others and look out for others and look out for your community. I think that's the whole, that at least to me, that's kind of what I've experienced as well. And even well, can God take the transphobes out, or just get them to break the paradigm? And so we're going to talk about that later. But yeah, I think from what I've seen here is like when you make assumptions like this, assumptive statements like this, like God made male and female, made us differently from each other on purpose and for a purpose. It's like cite something, at least Samantha, cite something, and that way people can look at that statement, look at what you cited, and criticize it, right? And critically analyze it. She has given nothing for us to critically analyze this statement from. It's just an empty statement. Anyways,
Right.
sorry, I rambled there.
And the next sentence is much better. I mean, it's still sort of I hesitate to say holier than thou because it feels a little cliche given the content, but it is sort of self-righteous in this next sentence, but it is plainly an opinion-based argument coming up in the next sentence. So it's more forgivable, right? God is very intentional with what he makes, and you don't really need that comma there. And I believe trying to change that would only do more harm. Okay, if that's your thesis, that's your argument, cool, awesome, that's fine. That's
Let's go.
perfectly acceptable. You don't need to cite that necessarily as written. Just a quick note. It is, of course, common practice in Christian writing to capitalize pronouns related to God.
Correct.
So that's, I'm not marking it here. In this particular context, it's not necessarily what I would call appropriate, but I am not aware of any style guides that would outright prohibit it. I just wanted to make note of that in case anyone's thinking, oh, wait a minute, why so many he's and his are capitalized? What's going on? That's the context there. That, as far as I'm concerned, perfectly reasonable. It's okay.
Yep.
Continuing on, gender roles and tendencies should not be considered stereotypes. Now, a couple of problems here. First, you've quoted something, but you have not cited where that quote comes from. Second thing, that is the definition of stereotypes in the psychological and sociological context. So, sorry, but you're wrong. You're wrong. You're choosing to disagree with the language there. So that's problematic. I don't even know that I would rephrase this here, but there's just an issue. Women naturally want to do womanly things because God created us with those womanly desires in our hearts. The same goes for men. God created men in the image of his courage and strength, and he created women in the image of his beauty. He intentionally created women differently than men, and we should live our lives with that in mind. So, as we look through this, what is the thesis of this? And you shouldn't even be looking for that, frankly, in a reaction paper, because the thesis is just, this is my response to it at first brush. But this is coming out as very much an argument. You're making a case. Whether that case is, as we saw up here, gender roles and tendencies should not be considered stereotypes, or that last sentence, he intentionally created women differently than men, and we should live our lives with that in mind. These are two different arguments. You can argue multiple things in one paper, of course, But these are two different arguments being introduced in the place where I would expect your thesis to be laid out. It's just a little clunky. Um, I would say here, rephrase, clarify thesis.
Yeah, it's like it's like they're trying to say God created men and women, right? Let's just operate within her framework here. She's trying to say two things at once. She's trying to say God created women and men with different desires, different, gender desires. But then she also says that it's women and men are created in different images of God. Like, men are created in godly courage and strength. Women are created in godly beauty. Okay, so which one is it? Is it the desires, or is it the image of God? Or different facets of the image of God. Like that's what that's the problem. Is it's a very it's not a focused thesis, and it's a hard thesis to back up, because now you have to explain, okay, and then maybe she'll explain it, or maybe she won't. What do we mean by womanly desires? What do we mean by manly desires? And what do we mean by God's courage and strength? What do we mean by the image of God's, beauty, or creation of beauty, right? So, so again, a lot of this stuff, I do feel like these statements, maybe they don't belong in an introduction, right? Maybe these don't belong in an introduction, and these belong later. Maybe you start with the first point, like, okay, let me justify that women naturally want to do womanly things, and then cite yada yada yada, and talk about that in one paragraph, and then in another paragraph talk about the what kind of image God created men in versus women, right? If you were to justify this argument, I think she's trying to make two arguments at once in like the same paragraph, and it should be, those are separate, like, sort of arguments you have to make, because first of all, theologically, like, that's how theologically, like, you would have to, I mean, there's different passages you'd have to cite for these, first of all, and second of all, the you have to clarify, like, what it is a woman desires, because so one thing, Gloria, you probably may not be as familiar with, but I was raised in sort of Protestant evangelical tradition, and so one thing they talk about a lot is your human sort of innate desires versus what God desires for your life. So they basically see that, oh, you have sort of selfish desires or lust or whatever in your heart, and God has better things for you that he desires for your life, right? So there is that dichotomy of desire sort of within Christianity. And I don't know, again, I'm people who grew up Catholic, or Orthodox, or what have you, or even in some of the more like sort of liberal and progressive traditions, maybe you can clarify, like I wonder how they approach this. But in evangelicalism, and this to me is very strongly evangelically coded, it's like womanly desires, manly desire, like they talk a lot about like desires. And sort of there's this like conflict between human, like what we want innately, and what God wants. It's sort of this like denial of free will, essentially. So that's a little bit of context for why she uses that word, by the way.
Yeah. And I will say too, just to be clear, it's not, with a reflection paper, it's not necessary to cite first of all, with any paper, it's not necessary to cite every single thing, right? There are certain types of statements that can be made without a citation. And with a reflection paper, you generally have a lot more leeway to do this. The problem is all of these statements are being made in ways that, we rationally can say, yes, these are just opinions, but they are written without any supports beyond that.
Correct.
And in the context of a reflection or a reaction paper, I would expect to see more language like, prior to reading this article, my understanding was blank. And that would be perfectly fine. And then you can discuss how the new article, maybe challenged your preconceptions, and maybe you found them convincing, maybe you didn't. Both are okay. But it's important to differentiate what is your prior conceptions and perceptions, and what are the new pieces of information coming in from your study. When you don't do that, and instead leave it sort of open like this, you are sort of subtly implying, or not so subtly, depending on what she actually intended, You are implying that the article is just an opinion piece, and my
Mhm.
reaction paper is just an opinion piece. So they're both equally valid. And that, of course, is not the case.
Yeah, one last thing. So if we go back to the top of the article, the top of the paragraph, the article the article that's being referenced here or alluded to here, which you said was about sort of bullying in middle school, bullying of queer kids in middle school. Um, how does her argument in this first paragraph do anything to justify when she says, I do not necessarily see this as a problem? Well, the following sentences don't really support, like there's nothing in there that says, okay, why don't you see this as a problem? Like it's all just like sort of platitudes that she puts out there about, okay, women and men are different. Okay, that hasn't that's not a strong thesis upon which you justify, I do not necessarily see bullying of queer kids as a problem. Like that's the problem. Like if she actually, that's the whole problem with the construction of this of this paper. In fact, I would say is like she hasn't justified why she doesn't see the bullying as a problem. She just, she it's very. Do you see how disjointed this is?
Right. And
Yeah,
that sort of ties in with the issue of the thesis isn't clear. And
exactly.
again, you don't need a thesis. You don't need to make an argument in a reaction paper. So she's writing herself into a corner by insisting on doing it.
Yep.
But if you're going to make an argument, which again is fine, you can, but you don't have to in this sort of paper. But if you're going to make an argument, you should probably know what argument you're making and focus on it.
Exactly.
Instead, we have, we could count them here if we really want to. We have maybe argument number one.
Mhm.
We have maybe argument number two. We have down here argument three,
About the
and
image of God. Yep.
arguably the all the other sentences are sort of sub arguments all their own. But it's not clear which one we're trying to focus on, and that's the issue.
Yep.
If we continue, it doesn't get much better. It is frustrating to me when I read articles like this, okay, and discussion posts from my classmates. Now, here I would say it's probably okay, but this could be helped by citing an example.
Yeah. Block quote. Just like um,
And it could be paraphrased, there are options, but from my classmates of so many people, because if there are so many, you should be able to, paraphrase one to give us an idea of, well, what do you mean? It's frustrating when I read articles like this and discussion posts from my classmates of so many people trying to conform to the same mundane opinion. So now let me make a note here, but I'm sort of running out of space. What opinion?
I don't know, DEI.
So
Like
that they do not step on people's toes. Like it just, um,
uh,
which this last part, not super academic language, but that's okay. It doesn't, it's again, a reflection paper. It's all right. But we're just sort of going all over the place. You're not giving examples of what you mean by the discussion posts or what this article is. And so it's unclear what opinion you consider to be the same mundane opinion. It's not clear why you think it's mundane. It's this is just more confusing than it is clarifying. And it's the start of a new paragraph. It's supposed to be the start of our body of the actual essay here if we're following like a 5 paragraph format or something similar. And it doesn't really connect. It instead could have just as easily been the start of the entire paper. You could have left out the entire first paragraph here. It didn't really do anything and started with this. It's frustrating to me when I read art. That's a fine way to start a reaction, a reflection. It is frustrating to me when I read articles like, probably name the article, right? And then start to tell us why, because that's your reaction to it. That would be fine. But in the context of this first paragraph, now it just feels like whiplash because I don't know how we went from talking very vaguely about 4 or 5 different arguments, and now we're saying this. It just isn't clear.
yep.
I think this is a cowardly and insincere way to live. Relevance? Question mark. It is important to use the freedom of speech we have been given in this country, and I personally believe you don't need that comma. And I personally believe that eliminating gender in our society would be detrimental as it pulls us far. Surely that's further, right?
It should be
Further?
further because God's
My
plan is
English bad?
not.
Further.
Yeah, it's not spatial reality. It's metaphysical, right? So
Pulls us further
yeah,
from God's original plan for humans.
yeah.
Uh, okay. It is perfectly normal for kids to follow gender stereotypes, shouldn't be in quotes, because that is how God made us. And again, this is not something where every single sentence you need a citation from, which verse in Genesis you're citing. You don't need to do that necessarily. But there needs to be some sort of citation here pointing us to where you're deriving this from. And it could be, hey, it could be very broad. It could be, I in Sunday school for three years of Sunday school, right? We learned this specific thing. And that could be, very vague over a long period of time, but you could say, I learned from this youth pastor this specific thing. And that's
Right.
okay. That would be an all right citation. It doesn't have to be from a peer-reviewed article or something.
Fair, yeah. I mean, she could have just cited that, or personal experience, or something she learned. Or, I mean, a lot of times and again, this would probably be a little bit of work for her. But again, she had all semester, I think, or most of the semester to do this paper. Right? This is I think, her final paper. She could have gone back. She might. I don't know if she had the booklet or not, but she could have, gotten the sort of Sunday school curriculum. They have like handbooks and materials. They have curriculum that they now obviously it's all unregulated and privatized and who knows what, but she could have at least pulled that and cited it. Like, this is just lazy. Like, if you're gonna here's the thing. I know I don't like transphobia, but if you're gonna be a transphobe, be thorough about it. That's all we're asking.
Yeah. Now, I will say, this being a reflection or a reaction paper, and only 25 points, in the full syllabus for the course, it's a total of 1,050 points, which is a ridiculous way to do it. But um, but this would be something that's maybe like a weekly thing. So you'd have a small reflection paper every week and a discussion board post, or maybe every 2 weeks, depending on how the course is laid out for the semester. So these generally do have like a lower tier of expectation, right? When it comes to academic writing, they're usually a little more casual, not as casual as a discussion post, because those are supposed to sort of mimic a seminar, but still more casual, which is why I could generally understand the argument being that, oh, well, it's just a reaction or a reflection. She didn't need to cite anything. I could understand that if I had not read the syllabus. But I did, and the syllabus says, which again is different from the directions that we read a moment ago. We can pull up the syllabus later. The syllabus specifies an expectation of quality academic writing as appropriate, and because this is a paper, not just a discussion post, there is a certain amount that can be reasonably expected. So all that to say, lots of issues so far. Moving on with it, the reason so many girls want to feel womanly and care for others in a motherly way. So a couple of things. These are two separate things, but conflating womanly and motherly. I'm just going to do this. This is not, I'll do not equal to. Is not because they feel pressured to fit into social norms. It is because God created and chose them to reflect His beauty and His compassion in that way. Okay. In Genesis, God says that it is. So here we have almost a citation.
Yeah, it's the book of Genesis, all what is it, 66 chapters?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we have almost a citation. In Genesis, God says that it is not good for man to be alone, so He created a helper for man, which is a woman. So here, the biggest problem, honestly, is,
Well, it's
again,
Genesis 2,
rephrased.
Genesis
It's a
2
word
verse
salad.
18. Yeah, it's Genesis 2 verse 18, but yeah. This is, I mean, you could have just quoted the verse and put the edition of the Bible you're quoting. It's pretty easy.
Yeah. But well, the reason I say, it's that's the worst part is, you could do a citation, you could do, a footnote or an in-text citation more properly. At the end of this next sentence, many people assume the word helper in this context to be condescending and offensive to women. However, the original, okay, this part I did have to look
Many
up.
people assume. Example, like you could have just left that out. I don't know.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
But this next piece, however, the original word in Hebrew, and I don't speak or read Hebrew, so I did a little research prior to this. So forgive my pronunciation or lack thereof.
Well, go for it. I don't speak it either.
Negdo. And that directly translates to helper equal to. Now, I will say, first, obviously, this is a big case of citation needed. But not only that, when I looked it up, because this is the sort of thing that I find kind of interesting, but it immediately struck me, it was sort of a red flag, alarm bells going off. That sounds like a very bold claim that feels very ahistorical. So I did a little bit of digging. And if you search for that phrase, you will get a lot of results from a lot of blogs, mostly from, the 2010s, talking about how trying to put sort of a modern feminist spin on, a Bronze Age or Iron Age, more accurately, text. And it's very ahistorical to do that. Now, there's nothing wrong in terms of like literary critical analysis, right? To look at works of literature through a different lens, right? That's how you end up with so many different versions of Frankenstein, right? The new movie came out recently. I didn't like it because it changed too much. It analyzed the film in the wrong way, from my perspective. But it was perfectly valid as a work of art and as a work of literary analysis in its own way, right? This is not what we have here. Here we have someone making a historical argument about the original culture that this text was written in. And from everything I could find through my search, it was an unsubstantiated claim from all of these places. Now, that doesn't mean that it had more, that it didn't have more nuance than just the word helper might spring to mind to us today. But I will say with confidence that it absolutely did not translate to helper equal to.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. Because again, you have to remember that we're talking Old Testament, we're talking the Torah here, and then of course, you could say, the Bible, or at least like the initial sort of assembly, like when the Bible as a sort of religious text was first assembled for church use, it came from the Masoretic texts, which are based on scrolls and all that kind of stuff, right? So that's why it's kind of, you have to you have to do some due diligence at least to figure out what this actually means. So again, yeah, lack of citation, but also ezer kenegdo, this word in Hebrew, also this doesn't imply gender. Notice that the word in Hebrew, there's no gender implied here by ezer kenegdo. There's no gender here. It just, yeah, so her argument kind of falls apart here. Many knows Paul. Thank you, Discount Seth Rogen. Our one of our Discount Seth Rogen is Jewish, by the way. So maybe Seth, you could probably, this is actually Seth Rogen in our chat. Awesome. Not really. I wish. But Discount Seth Rogen is just as good. But yeah, no. I guess I'm curious though. Like when you come across this phrase in Bereshit is what it's called in Hebrew. When you come across this verse in Bereshit, or in Genesis, I guess this is not this phrase is a connecto, and of course the context around it doesn't imply gender. It just implies that Adam needed a helper to tend the Garden of Eden. Correct? That, at least that's what I'm getting. That's what I'm seeing, because I'm just on the other screen here. I'm pulling up the Hebrew Bible. I copied the sort of the Hebrew script and tried to get some kind of translation, but I also looked it up. Yeah, there's no gender implied here by is it connecto. It's just
Well, and she
Yeah,
kind of makes that argument in the next sentence, but it's a sentence that's plagued with
let's
just
see.
the same issues. Additionally, God describes himself in the Bible using the same word. Uh, Allegedly, I don't know where though, because that is not included. Where? Where?
Mm-hmm.
And then, and he describes his Holy Spirit as our helper as well. So again, where?
See, this
Maybe
is
this is true.
where.
Maybe it's not. I haven't memorized the whole thing.
So, context, little context here. So, what she's doing, she's jumping from. So, what she's, and again, I've heard this analogy being made. So, when pastors often preach on Adam and Eve, okay, and this is at least from the evangelical side. I don't know what Catholic priests do, but in the evangelical side, basically uh, it is often said that like uh, Eve being Adam's helper, right? Eve being Adam's helper in the garden is kind of it's an allusion to it's when Christians came up with the concept of Trinity, right? Because the concept of the Trinity came later, actually. It came after the Masoretic texts and all that stuff. It came later, and I believe it was the Council of Nicaea. Don't quote me if I'm misquoting it, but I believe it was the Council of Nicaea that established like the doctrine of Trinity. And so in the Trinity, you have God, Jesus, and the Holy God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, right? So in the Holy Spirit is seen as more of a helper and a sort of a helper in times of trouble, whereas God the Father is seen as more of an authority figure and someone who's a creator and omniscient and omnipotent, and then Jesus is seen as more of a redeemer, a sort of redemption of sin and things like that. So that's kind of what like the functionally how the Trinity works. But again, the Trinity is something that's been debated for centuries, and even I, like as a Christian, I will say that like the Trinity to me, it's like I don't know, man. I don't know. Like I don't like when people say the Holy Spirit. Like what they ultimately mean is that when you let's say when you pray to God and when you there's sort of this like connection to a higher sort of divinity, right? That's sort of what the Holy Spirit is essentially. So I don't know. I have problems with the whole Trinity doctrine. I just don't have a final answer on it, and maybe that's a good thing because at least I can go on a journey about it and actually you know sort of figure out what that means for me and what that means for faith, right? For my faith. But yeah, ultimately, that's basically the reference. It's sort of that Eve is a helper for Adam. The Holy Spirit is our helper in the Trinity. That's essentially it. So, but she doesn't cite any of that, and also it's an unrelated, like it's almost an unrelated passage because there is, from what I've seen, at least in the Bible, I don't believe there is a passage that directly says this. So the problem is that she's going to have to reference some sort of analysis, theological analysis, or something in order to back the statement up. So if you could have just left this out, it would have been at least one, at least help this paper a little bit. Yeah, she should have left the statement out because
Right. And
this is
when you
such a
look at the
reach.
last page as well, these 2 points um, needs 2 separate citations for where this
Mhm.
is being described. You are making a direct claim that a separate source, not the article you read and are reacting to,
Yes.
and not something you came up with yourself. You are making a claim that a source says 2 separate things, and you're not telling us where, you're not quoting it, which again, not a requirement to quote it, but you're not telling us where your paraphrase comes from. Big issues here. Undermines the credibility a whole lot. She goes on to say, this shows the importance God places on the role of the helper, and then in parentheses, women's roles. God does not view women as less significant than men. He created us with which as less significant than men. Where is that statement coming from? And I don't mean that in terms of citation. I mean, why is that argument being made?
Hmm.
She goes on, he created us with such intentionality and care, and he made women in his image of being a helper and in the image of his beauty. Rephrase, it's like a just run on.
Such intentionality. Okay. Yeah,
Oh,
intentionality.
yeah, good catch. Good catch. Wrong word. If leaning into that role means I am, quote, following gender stereotypes, then I am happy to be following a stereotype that aligns with the gifts and abilities God gave me as a woman. And I must ask, did that list of gifts and abilities include being really bad at writing essays? Because she is killing it.
Oh no.
I'm not going to quit my day job. Don't worry, my stand-up comedy career does not begin now.
Is this our "Am I Right, Fellas" moment of the video?
Women's rights. What about women's wrongs? Ha ha ha. Yeah, it's that whole paragraph not very helpful. Poorly written, not cited at all where things needed to be cited. She goes on, I do not think men and women are pressured to be more masculine or feminine. Okay. I strongly disagree with the idea from the article that encouraging acceptance of diverse gender expressions could improve students' confidence. So notice if that hurt your neck, that whiplash.
Yeah,
that's giving us a clue as to what the article actually is about. And from the sound of it, putting all the puzzle pieces together, right? The article is about improving students' confidence or perhaps self-esteem. Maybe she thinks confidence and self-esteem are the same. And so it's probably looking at self-esteem, would be my guess.
Yeah, just sort of...
And how that relates, how bullying has an impact on bullying for the purposes of gender conformity, how that has an impact on student self-esteem is probably what the article was about.
Yeah, that's what you were mentioning, yeah. Because I don't have the link to the original article, but yeah, from all the news stories aside, that was primarily what the article was like studying and examining. And in here, the thing is that she's talking about it more from a, which again, the article may have been talking about it from a peer pressure perspective as well. I guess that's an aspect of the bullying too. But like, she's talking about it about like, she's talking about how like there's no pressure, it's just natural. It's like, okay, if you're gonna make that argument, then first of all, I don't understand how that's part of the argument here. Like, okay, if you're implying that it's like natural to be one or the other in the binary, then what does that have to do with the bullying? Like, I just don't understand how that like supports her original argument, which is she thinks that bullying of gender nonconforming students is okay. Like she's okay with it.
Yeah, well, she contradicts herself here.
Yeah, I'd see that.
And with the next sentence, right?
Yeah.
So, because this paragraph starts, I do not think men and women are pressured to be more masculine or feminine,
respectively.
And then, after the next sentence, we have society pushing the lie. That's what we call pressuring. That there are multiple genders and everyone should be whatever they want to be is demonic and severely harms American youth. Okay, so a couple of things.
Okay, wow. So much whiplash.
Citation needed for demonic. Citation needed for severely harming American youth. Society pushing the lie. I'm going to need a citation for that. But society pushing the lie is... I'm just going to do a big question mark with some arrows. If men and women are not being pressured to be more masculine or feminine, then what is pushing the lie? What is that? Because in her mind, it would seem people are being pressured to be more masculine or feminine, but her idea is they're just being pushed the wrong way. So it's a lie. It's pushing the lie. That's being pressured. That is contradictory in every way. She goes on, I do not want kids to be teased or bullied in school. Now,
wait a minute.
Cool sentence. But if we go back, where was that? The article discussed peers using teasing as a way to enforce. I do not want kids to be teased or bullied in school. Okay, but you said here, I do not necessarily see this as a problem.
So it's a problem now?
And then again, we have this language, pushing the lie. That's repetitive. However, pushing the lie that everyone has their own truth and everyone can do whatever they want and be whoever they want is not biblical whatsoever. So this is not the correct shorthand, but I'm just doing that for citation needed. So first, I need a citation about the lie being pushed. I need to know where this is happening.
Yeah, break that
I
down
need
for us.
to
Yeah.
have a citation that the lie is that everyone has their own truth and can do whatever they want and be whoever they want.
Free
Citation
will.
needed.
Right, it's the whole
And
like
then
free will
yeah, right.
argument. Yeah.
And then I need the citation for how that is not biblical whatsoever. So
Mhm.
I need a few things here. And honestly, I'd be happy with 1 out of 3 citations for this because that'd be something. But none of that here. She goes on, the Bible says that our lives are not our own, but that our lives and bodies belong to the Lord for his glory. That sounds like it's trying to be a quote, but I don't know where from.
Let me find
The
it.
Bible has a lot of books, and not every version is the same. So I need just where in the Bible? Which version?
First Corinthians 6:15 through 17. I found it.
Oh, okay. Is that a direct quote? Just out of curiosity, is that a direct quote she made, or was she paraphrasing?
Yeah, so let me read it from my well, I don't know. I mean, you could say my favorite version, but let me read it from the New Revised. New Revised Standard is the most accurate sort of modern English translation. You know, they actually go back to like Aramaic texts and stuff. Let me find it. NRSV. If I look at it in the NRSV, I'm going to pull it up. I'm just going to read it word for word. It says, verse 15, yep. Do you not know that your bodies are members of Christ? Should I therefore take the members of Christ and make them members of a prostitute? Never. Do you not know that whoever is united to a prostitute becomes one body with her? For it is said, the two shall become one flesh. But anyone united to the Lord becomes one spirit with him. Now that's NRSV. That's sort of the more the academic sort of, accurate translation. I believe she is pulling from a common translation that evangelicals like to use, which is the English Standard Version, or the ESV. You'll see the ESV in most like mega churches. But yeah,
in either case, if she's paraphrasing, that's fine. Needs to be cited. Where from? If she's quoting, needs to be put in quotes and cited.
Yeah, let me see. I think the New Life Version, which is one of these like sort of like weirdo. Let me find the NLV, which is a common one. The Lord first. Yeah, again, I have to find the translation. But yeah, she needs to cite it. But basically, that's where it comes from. It comes from the Pauline epistles, like from the Corinthians.
Well, she goes on. She says, "I live my life based on this truth." I would reword this maybe based on this teaching. That would be an acceptable language there. Truth just sort of muddies the waters in the argument, and firmly believe that there would be less. Like, I'm really not that guy, but that should be fewer gender issues and insecurities in children if they were raised knowing that they do not belong to themselves, but they belong to the Lord.
I mean, that's just sort of a personal. That's just a. I don't know. Like, again, I'm not. I guess the problem with this statement is like, okay, this is how you live your life, but how is your life supposed to dictate the lives of others? See, this is the problem. Is like, and again, this is the problem I have with evangelicals. Is they say, well, God, dictates how we all live. But then these evangelicals, they want to play God and be the ones who determine how other people live, right? So that's, yeah. And that's the problem, is they try to assume your agency, take your agency away from you instead of, and again, this is something that, this is something that I think that a lot of Christians misunderstand, which is the whole reason you have agency in your life is because you get to sort of, again, how do I phrase this? So in of course, all Abrahamic religions, we're including Islam here because actually what's interesting, you probably heard of the passage in the Old Testament or the Torah about the many names of God, right? You know how God has many names, like, you know, wonderful counselor, king, this, that, right? There's so many names for God. Emmanuel, well, Emmanuel is God with us. That's the other name for Jesus, but because it represents, you know, God coming to earth as a, you know, as a son, as a person, right? But there are many names for God, like wonderful counselor, Elohim, Adonai. There's so many names. And one of the names that often gets mentioned is wonderful counselor. So the idea is that you have free will in your life. You get to make decisions, but decisions have consequences, and you may not know the outcome of it, and you may mess up. Well, God is a counselor you can go to. God is a counselor you can confide in. God will, you know, redeem you. All this stuff, right? And there's always redemption. There's always, like, you're not permanently screwed over. There's always a path to redemption, and so and a opportunity to grow and learn. So that's basically what the idea of wonderful counselor is. And so this also gets into the idea of hell, or sort of this idea of an underworld, right? Where people go in Judaism. There, you know, you probably heard that, like, there isn't this eternal hell. It's more of a, and then of course in Catholicism you have purgatory. But in Judaism, the idea of a what's the name of it? I'm trying to remember what the name of it is. It's escaping my mind. It's a word that starts with S. Um, I can't remember it exactly, but they have a word for sort of an underworld where people go, and actually, it's where when people pass away, you know, from this physical life, from this human life, that's sort of where their souls go, and then you know that's where their souls lie, basically. I forget the exact word. I think it's uh, let me find it. There's like different words for Sheol. That's the word in Hebrew.
Right.
So which is not the same, which is totally different concept from, say, like Hades in the Greek mythology. It's funny because the concept of an eternal hell actually comes from Greek mythology. It's just that when Paul, you know, Paul went from, you know, the Levant and from like Anatolia or Turkey, back then it was Anatolia. When he went from there into sort of Greece and the rest of the Roman world, he sort of tried to, you know, tried to teach people according to what they already knew. So that's kind of where this whole like concept of an eternal hellfire came from, because he basically wanted to goad people into thinking that, okay, if I sin against God, it's an eternal punishment, because that's how they thought of everything. In at least the Hellenic, you know, in sort of the Hellenic world, so to speak. So that's sort of where that comes from, the sort of adoption of an eternal hell. Sheol and Gehenna are not eternal in any way. So, anyways, technicality, sort of theology stuff, but yeah, this sort of coming back to this, it's like um, this idea that like you know, you that she's trying to say that bullying someone is okay, or you know, condemning them to eternal hellfire is okay. It's like, again, um you know, she's just trying to play God and say, well, I think this is the way that I am supposed to be, and so I'm going to pressure you. Which, it's funny because, you know, it kind of in a way supports her argument, because initially she says at the beginning of this paragraph, I do not think men and women are pressured to be more masculine or feminine. But then she's the one who wants to apply the pressure. Do you see where this is coming from? It's like
Yeah.
she's the one who wants to apply all the pressure on everybody, and play God. So
Well, and we see that more directly with her conclusion as well,
mhm.
where she says here, overall, reading articles such as this one encourage me to one day raise my children knowing that they have a heavenly father who loves them and cherishes them deeply, and that having their identity firmly rooted in who he is will give them satisfaction and acceptance, blah, blah, run on sentence. So what we have here is, again, it's contradictory, because she says repeatedly something to the effect of, as we see in the previous paragraph, I do not think men and women are pressured to be masculine or feminine. And then in her conclusion, she is saying, so this article is encouraging me to pressure my children into being masculine or feminine. Even in the conclusion, we see contradiction. She
Wow.
concludes, my prayer for the world, and specifically for American society and youth, is that they would not believe the lies being spread from Satan that make them believe they are better off as another gender than what God made them. I pray that they feel God's love and acceptance as who he originally created them to be. And again, the question I have is relevance. What is the relevance here? These last two paragraphs really just went off the rails in terms of not being related to the article at all. While granted, this penultimate paragraph here, she does say, I strongly disagree with the idea from the article, but then doesn't really cite where in the article that comes from. One could argue that because this is the article being responded to, you don't have to cite it directly, though it would have been helpful in this case. All in all, we just have lots of problems here. Even aside from any questions of theology, which, you know,
I
there
took you
are
on a
many.
journey there.
Yeah. But if we look back here at the rubric, and again, the way I would interpret the grading and the rubric is as an all or nothing for each category. So you can get up to 25 points, but you might get 5, you might get, 15, or you might get all 25. You might get 20. I would interpret it in that way. I would interpret the points as weighting tools rather than a spectrum of points for each category. Because, like we said before, there's not a rubric like, like I sort of hastily drew down here. So with that said, did she deserve the 0 that she was given on this essay? Well, is the paper clearly written? Let's start there. Let's start with number 3 and work our way backwards. Is it clearly written? If it were clearly written, there would not be this much red on it. So
Yeah, it's all over
with
it's not
the idea that
cohesive.
clearly
Yeah, it's not
is
cohesive.
confusing.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to go with that's a big no. She did not. So maximum of 20 points. Let's keep going.
All right, so we're down to 20.
We'll just go backwards now. So does the paper present a thoughtful reaction or response to the article rather than a summary? I would still say no. I wouldn't call this thoughtful. I wouldn't call it a reaction or a response really to the article at all.
Not even a summary. It's not even a summary.
And definitely not a summary. Yeah. She nailed that part. She nailed the don't just summarize part. She just didn't do anything else. I would, again, because I'm looking at it as all you either did or didn't, I would again give so here, let me go 0 out of 5, 0 out of 10.
Dang.
If I were rating it on a scale, I mean, if there were a rubric that said, hey, you get 3 points if it's a thoughtless reaction or response, or just not a thoughtful one, maybe she could get 3 points. But I would argue that it does not meet the criteria at all. So I would say 0 out of 10 again. And then for this first one, does the paper show a clear tie-in to the assigned article? And again, I would go with, and I'm sort of phrasing it as if this is a difficult choice. I would very easily do 0 out of 10 for that as well. Again, because I would view it as all or nothing. If I were told by my department, right, that, hey, you have to be an instructor for this course, here's the setup grading requirements and so forth. If I were told that students could earn partial credit in each category, this would be the only one that she would earn any points on. Because, there is arguably an attempt to tie it in to the article. She does, in a very surface level way, respond to the article. She could maybe get 2 or 3 points. So 2 or 3 out of 25. But again, the way I would choose to interpret the grading instructions would be as an all or nothing, in which case 0 would be the appropriate score, in my view. Yeah, what are your thoughts? And I don't have the chat pulled up right now, but if there's anything from chat, any thoughts worth sharing and discussing briefly?
Yeah, we did have chat on screen. I'd rather have her use AI at this point. I'd be curious, maybe we'll try this. Maybe we'll try this sort of off recording, and maybe what I could do is like if it's interesting, I'll probably post it in the recording. But the it would be interesting to try like prompt prompt ChatGPT or Claude. Maybe use one of those AI or maybe even DeepSeek. DeepSeek would be interesting. I might even use DeepSeek for this, but yeah, put into DeepSeek. Just give it this prompt. Basically, give it this assignment prompt, and give it the topic, right? The article. I don't have the original article, but I could summarize the topic of the article, which is that about bullying of students in school, sort of anti-queer bullying, right? So I could give it that prompt and just see what it comes up with. I could say, hey, 620 words, this, that, just give me all of that and also give me citations, an MLA style. Like, I wonder if it could do that and would it do a better job than Samantha? Break the
Yeah.
AI. DeepSeek's pretty hard to break and it runs very efficiently. So, yeah, I could probably, it would probably do a decent job. Like, it might be a little incoherent here and there, but yeah. And, I would like really prompt it, like push it to say, okay, make me the argument, make me the sort of evangelical Christian argument, don't try to be woke on me. Try it, but do it, do it justice. And I think again, this I want to sort of zoom out a little bit because I want to show you that like again, this student Samantha Polnecki is not being canceled. TPUSA is claiming she's canceled, whatever. The real cancellation here is is that the graduate instructor. So this is not even they're not even like a full faculty member. They're graduate instructors. So they are they're sort of a TA, right? So the TA got
Do you have the
I forget their name.
do you have their remarks pulled up?
I
Here, I'll switch mine. I have it here.
Okay, great. I was gonna yeah. Okay, so
Is
this
that
was the
I guess they're on your end.
yes, we can see that. Yes,
Okay.
that's this is the TA's
So
remarks.
this is the graduate assistant, and I
Yeah.
do want to make one thing very clear here. A lot of the articles and videos that I have seen so far refer to this woman as the professor, and that is not the case. She is simply a graduate assistant who is an instructor for this course. Now, that doesn't mean she's not qualified to teach the course or anything of the sort. But it does mean that it is functionally a different role and a different level of expertise that could be expected, as opposed to for example, full tenured professor or even an associate or an adjunct professor. She is none of these things. And I think is important as well, because usually a graduate assistant is earning a stipend to help offset tuition for their own, probably a PhD in this case. My understanding is that Mel Kurth has
Melkert,
her
that's her name.
master's already. So it's common practice, with PhD programs to have people work as graduate assistants, kind of to earn their keep, as it were, to help pay for the tuition for their otherwise very expensive doctoral programs. And so that's the context we have here. This is not someone who was hired by the university specifically to teach. This is someone who is a student at the university and is also taking on some courses because of the sheer number of students and small number of professors, actual full-time or even adjunct professors. So that's the situation here, and that's
Yeah.
the context of this person's employment.
And let's keep in mind, this is not like a small private university. This is the state university in Oklahoma. This is Oklahoma University, right? This is a Big 12. I believe they're still in the Big 12. I don't know my sports ball that well outside of motorsports. It's I assume that they're like a Big 12 or something school, or maybe Big 10. Who cares? But they're
Big 12 is OSU, Oklahoma State University. This one's
Oklahoma State. Okay.
This one's in the SEC, I think.
Oh, it's an SEC school. Okay. More you know.
Don't quote me on that. I'm not a sports ball guy. I do. World Cup time, I guess I become a sports fan, but that's about it. But we have here, I wanted to bring this up as well because we do have what I think are, I have reservations and some concerns as an educator and a professional who believes we should hold people in the profession to high standards. I do have some concerns with this.
Valid.
It's mostly good, but I think something, perhaps retraining, would be acceptable, and I'll elaborate. Let's look into it here. So this was the feedback given to the student after asking, hey, what can I do to, or why do I get this grade? Is there any way I can revise? Whatever the question was asked. To my knowledge, we don't have the initial message sent from the student. But the instructor here responds, please note that I am not deducting points because you have certain beliefs, but instead I am deducting point for you posting a reaction paper that does not answer the questions for this assignment, contradicts itself, heavily uses personal ideology over empirical evidence in a scientific class, and is at times offensive. And right there, that last part,
Oops.
those last 4 words, is at times offensive, is why I won't go as far as to say that the university would be right to permanently terminate them from an instructor role. I'm not going to go as far as to say they should even necessarily be put on administrative leave, as they have been, pending investigation. But I would be comfortable with saying, maybe being put on administrative leave for retraining for a little bit. Because this sentence starts with, or this clause, right? But instead, I am deducting points for you, then a list. And one item in that list of reasons points are being deducted is it is at times offensive. And that is not a valid reason on a paper such as this, on an assignment such as this. That is not a valid reason to deduct points or to argue that they did not meet the learning goals or objectives.
Right. You're saying that no, the paper is, you could say, the paper certainly is homophobic, transphobic, what have you. That's true. It's just that, like, that's not what the rubric, like you're saying that
Right.
that's not like,
why you deduct points.
correct.
It's fine to critique it. It's fine to give feedback. Like we just red inked a bunch of stuff. It would be fine to write feedback for this student saying the tone of the paper is offensive. I'd recommend revising.
That's it, but don't deduct points, but just recommendation, and and if they don't want to take the recommendation, that they're, this is they're university students, they're adults, they'll deal with it in adult fashion. But the thing is that when you, if you're deducting points on offensiveness, now if they used slurs, if they used homophobic or those kind of slurs in there, which she didn't, at least credit to her, because we know the TPUSA people, they love using the T slur. They love to use, and all the related slurs, but like she did not use any slurs in the paper. So like you can't, I mean,
but even if she did for this particular assignment, because we have to keep in mind, what is the point allegedly of grading, right? And what is the point of assessment? Now, a grade is just the form an assessment takes. But what is the point of assessment? It is to assess whether or not a student has learned what they're supposed to learn, whether or not they have met the learning objectives. Or another way to put it would be, the point of assessment is to figure out if the learning outcomes meet the learning objectives. And whether or not, based on everything we have, including the syllabus, whether or not it was offensive is irrelevant entirely. And it doesn't matter how offensive. The problem in terms of the assessment itself, in terms of the grade for this assignment, the problem is those first few points. The problem comes from not answering the questions of the assignment. The problem comes from contradicting itself. Heavily using personal ideology over empirical evidence, specifically in a scientific class. The problems are not because it's offensive. That's an aesthetic issue. And one that I do agree with. I do agree it's offensive in many aspects. But that's not relevant to the grade. Now, if this had been a discussion post, and the purpose of the discussion post presumably involve communication with peers, that is somewhere that maybe the tone of the discussion could be relevant. But in this case,
Hmm.
just a reflection paper, it does not belong in this conversation in terms of why points were deducted. That's just not the place for it.
Hmm. Fair.
Of course, she goes on to say here, while you are entitled to your own personal beliefs, there is an appropriate time or place to implement them in your reflections. I encourage all students to question or challenge the course material with other empirical findings or testable hypotheses, but using your own personal beliefs to argue against the findings of not only this article, but the findings of countless articles across psychology, biology, sociology, etc., is not best practice. And that's all fine. Saying that, that's just providing feedback. This is all okay. The entire thing I have an issue with is just that one point, those 4 words at the end of her list there in the first sentence.
Yeah.
You argue that abiding by normative gender roles is beneficial. It's perfectly fine to believe this. And notice that part. She goes out of her way to clarify in a parenthetical, it is perfectly fine to believe this, because she knows where this is going. She knows this is about to turn into a complaint, or that it very well might. So she's trying to, whether sincerely or just to cover her own backside, it doesn't matter. She's making a point of saying, look, it's perfectly fine to believe this. But then to say everyone should act the same while also saying that people aren't pressured into gender expectations is contradictory, blah, blah, blah. Goes on basically to say what we did. Then she touches on the offensive part again. Additionally, to call an entire group of people demonic is highly offensive, especially a minoritized population. You're entitled to your own beliefs, but this isn't a vague narrative of society pushes lies, but instead the result of countless years developing psychological and scientific evidence for these claims and directly interacting with the communities involved. Again, it being highly offensive, I think in this context, this is where you say that.
Yeah,
This is the context of the feedback.
because if you're just saying it's generally offensive, that's a problem, right? Because it's like, okay, but in this case, I guess this is sort of the clarification. It's like you called an entire group of people, of fellow human beings, of people who are overall innocent, demonic. And so the problem is, like, again, you would probably have the same remark for me. Like if I were to write a paper, say, arguing against capitalism, for instance, right? And I would say that, well, all billionaires and all capitalists are demonic, and so you could probably say, well, you called an entire group of people demonic because they're they're an oppressed minority, the billionaires.
Yeah.
I mean but technically, yeah, that's what I would be doing. Is instead of calling them demonic, I could, there is overwhelming evidence that that few people, and of course I could even cite Adam Smith. Adam Smith said it himself in The Wealth of Nations, that the more wealth gets concentrated into fewer and fewer hands, these are these sort of negative effects on the society and on the economy overall that you're going to get. Like I could cite those kind of things, or cite Mark Fisher, or other sort of academics and economists and sociologists who have talked about the subject of the detriments of capitalism to society. Yeah, so oppressed, so much hurt. They they can't build more ballrooms. They can't buy more yachts. The supercar market is going to crash. They're going to be able to buy one less Lamborghini. All that, right? So it's like but yeah, it's like, even me, like if I were to write sort of, if the prompt was or if the essay that I'm sort of reflecting upon is, and say let's say I was reflecting upon or criticizing an essay that was pro-capitalist, like something from, let's say, the Manhattan Institute, right? If you gave me an article from the Manhattan Institute and say reflect on this, and I could construct a counter argument to that, and say, well, they're wrong on this, this, and this, and these are my sources, and but I wouldn't go in and just off the bat say, well, billionaires are demonic just because. I wouldn't do that, because I would expect to get a 0 for writing something like that.
Right.
So.
And, to be perfectly transparent about it, like I said, this is the place to put this sort of feedback. I think that she goes on a little too long with the feedback. She's going into it a bit too much, by which I mean you are entitled to your own beliefs, but this isn't a vague narrative of da 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 da, but the result of blah blah blah. That's not really necessary in the feedback. I think that would be something more appropriate to clarify if the student then said, okay, I'm not sure what you mean by this. Can you, give me more information? I say that because it's not necessarily wrong what happened in this portion of the instructor's remarks, but it is sort of a case of you generally don't want to be arguing with a student, you know?
Hmm.
That's not
I see
really
where you're coming
best practice. And here she's sort of turning it into a debate almost, rather than just
from.
feedback. So it's not perfect, but it's better than again this initial part from the very first piece, where it was just those 4 words at the end of the first sentence is at times offensive. That's the big red flag for me. Um, and then she sort of goes on, lays some more of that out. And the issue here is that it's repeating what presumably has already been taught in the course. Not sure this is the feedback on a specific article or a specific essay is not really the place to be reteaching the entire course.
Yeah, and this is also like, yeah, I implore you apply some more perspective and empathy in your work. Oh, that's going to trigger them big time because the whole in the evangelical space, I can tell you there is a strong narrative about toxic empathy and sort of, well, you shouldn't have empathy for XYZ groups of people, and of course, it's a very eugenicist point of view. Unfortunately, I always call that out, and they're like, "Well, what do you mean? What do you mean?" It's like, no, that's what it is. If you don't have empathy for certain groups of people, that means you want them gone or you want them, segregated out from where you live or where you're at. So, yeah, it is a eugenicist perspective, but
Yep.
that word is going to trigger them, and that's probably one of the many things. Of course, it's offensive. It's this. It's that. This is just everything sort of triggers them. But I guess what, and I'm mostly okay with this response as well. I don't care that the response, triggers someone. Again, someone getting triggered, that's their problem, right? That's Samantha's problem, or that's TPUSA's problem. But I think, like you said here, I think there is um, in sort of the evaluation of the student's work. Yeah, like you're saying, I think there's sort of some lines that have been crossed here in terms of just that evaluation, particularly with saying it's offensive or and not backing that up. But of course, later she kind of backed it up. But anyways,
Right.
yeah. But I
I,
implore
I
you to
think that's
apply
the end of the.
perspective.
Oh, there was this other instructor who teaches presumably another section of the
Pronouns
course.
in bio. Point and laugh.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I have pronouns in bio
Uh,
too.
and she chimes in to just basically support the grade. Um, and I think this is a much better response, um, from an instructor. This I think is broadly just it's better put together. It's
Hmm.
not focusing on the tone of the reaction paper. It is instead focusing on the substance. And so I think this is a much better approach.
Yeah, I can see that
Um,
already. Yeah, you're being. She's like, everyone has different ways in which they see the world, but being asked to support your ideas with empirical evidence and higher level reasoning. Now, of course, Samantha can come back and say, "Well, is Bible verse empirical evidence?" Well, technically, could be. Theological analysis could be. Like she could have cited that, but no citations. So,
right.
and that's exactly what we saw when we red inked it. So it's like, um and she could have done that, and she would have gotten a pretty decent score on this paper if she had just done that.
Yeah, absolutely. Just in the interest of, and I'll be super brief with this, just in the
No
interest of,
rush.
fullness here, there is the syllabus, and we'll just skip to the relevant parts on grades. And
Let
the
me.
reason I do want to bring this up is I did see some commentary on this. People making the argument that, well, it was just a reaction paper or a reflection paper. So the academic standards are much lower for that and so forth, which is true to an extent. But the extent is not a total free for all, like you might expect. So we see here the course is lifespan development, which is why they were reading an article
Hmm.
about the development of gender norms and gender roles and gender status uh, in youth populations. The survey of the psychological changes across the lifespan, changes in cognitive, social, and emotional, physiological development from conception to death will be included. Now, learning outcomes, just a pet peeve here. I do need to say this. This should say learning objectives. An outcome is what happens, an objective is what you want to happen. You don't list learning outcomes, you list learning objectives or goals.
Makes sense.
But the primary objective, they use the right word there,
Okay.
of this course is to provide you with an overview of the major areas of study in the field of developmental psychology. That is to say, the development of human beings, right? Because this is a lifespan course, we will learn about development from conception through old age. You will learn about major theoretical perspectives that have guided developmental psychologists as well as the research that has been conducted in the field. Now, if we take all of that together, it is clearly intended, and I don't see like a level for the course. Like 100, 200,
Oh, okay, sort of like, is it a 400 level or 500? I mean,
right.
500 would probably be graduate, but yeah,
But if she's
what
a
is it?
junior, right, we could expect that it's probably at least a second year or higher
Mhm.
course, because of course you don't always take them in the specifically marked years. But
Yeah, and context. Samantha is a pre-med student. So for
pre-med,
context, I
okay,
don't think we mentioned that earlier. Yeah, she is a pre-med student, so I'm assuming this is. I would assume that a course like this is required curriculum. It's not some elective.
right,
I
yeah.
could check that, but I can
Well,
check that now.
developmental psychology would make sense in my mind for a pre-med major. That sounds very relevant, especially because it's throughout the life course, meaning that if you end up going into specifically, the medical field working with the elderly, this course would provide a background for you. Or if you're working with children or adolescents or wherever, this could be a valuable context building course. The points breakdown, I have one nice thing to say about this and then a lot of bad things. But the nice thing is they don't do a curve for the grades. So everyone could earn an A. This is so important because if you master everything in the course, you shouldn't be knocked down just because the professor, wanted to have a bell curve. Now, that's the only good thing. 1,050 points available in the course. Here's the point breakdown. And so you can see here the reaction papers. There are 8 of them throughout the semester or trimester. I'm assuming they're on semesters. 25 points apiece. Just a very weird way to organize a lot of it, but that's okay, I guess. If it's 8 papers, that tells me it's probably bi-weekly or fortnightly, take your pick. But here we go, and this is to me, the crucial point. Criteria for evaluation. Substantive content and the quality of the student's writing will be considered in all written assignments, including discussion board postings. Substantive content includes closely following instructions for the content of the assignment. Quality of writing covers appropriate use of references and academic writing style, use of inclusive language, and correct grammar, spelling, and punctuation. So right there, a couple of things. First, appropriate use of references and academic writing style is expected for even the discussion board postings. So the argument that it was just a reaction paper, a reflection paper, you're not expected to cite things in that. You are when the syllabus says you are. But also the use of inclusive language, this to me would be the only place where maybe the instructor has an argument with it was offensive, therefore I'm deducting points. But at most, that would only affect the one category that was worth 5 points on clarity of writing.
Yeah.
In terms of using the inclusive language. It just doesn't, to me, that doesn't make how the instructor phrased it appropriate. But it's not so inappropriate, that she should be completely dismissed from her doctoral program or master's program, whatever she's in. And maybe just a retraining on how to educate. But yeah, I just wanted to highlight that to clarify that yes, there was outside of the individual assignment details and directions, there was an expectation for even discussion board posts to include academic writing style. And that's the main part with the syllabus. I could go into the things I don't like about it. There's more stuff, but but that's the bulk of it.
Yeah, I'm no, and I fully agree. I've been also on the side. I've been looking at sort of the different programs they have at the College of Medicine at OU and Oklahoma University, and from what I see, I'm looking for. In fact, let's look at it on the. We'll close out the stream. Not the actual stream, but let's. So if I do medicine, what is it? OU HSC. And sorry, I'm showing this on the I'm showing this on the stream. I don't have enough bandwidth to share on Discord as well. I got to be careful about
Well, that's
that.
okay. Let me pull it
Um,
up now that I'm not streaming to you. I can.
yeah, so let's see. Is this course even required? I guess sort of as a bonus, as a little bit of bonus for people who still think that our arguments about is this course even required? I wonder. Right now I'm looking at the OU College of Medicine site. So let's look at their course, sort of their curriculum. So if you look at their degree programs on the let's look at their MD, dual degree, graduate. Okay, so do they have where do they have pre-medicine? Is it not in the College of Medicine? Hang on a minute. What is Oklahoma University's website? OU.edu. That's confusing because Ohio as well.
Yeah.
Or Oregon. I guess Oregon is University U of O, University of Oregon. But anyways, let's see. Find your major. Okay, where did they list the majors? Yeah, some of these. Okay, this is the majors list. If I do medicine, they have pre-medicine. So if you look at pre-medicine, because she is a pre-med student. Okay, this is the catalog. Where did
Well, it depends on which major option. Because I have it pulled up here too. And under pre-med major options, they have everything from anthropology all the way to plant biology, microbiology, public and community health. So the specifics of what she would need would depend very much on what sort of pre-med. So if she's going into something focused on plants, she may not need this course. It may have just been an elective. Although I'm not sure how one could take a higher level psych class as an elective without taking others previously, but
yeah,
every university is
that's
different. So
yeah. Again, their website's a little bit hard to navigate. I will. Okay, undergraduate, radiation sciences. So this isn't pre-medicine. This is this is allied health. Again, I'm not. I obviously went to engineering school, so I don't know how medical schools sort of 404 for the medical school. Yeah, 50th in education. Nice female Oklahoma. That might be a broken link though, because I believe the academics. I think they have the updated College of Medicine link. Yeah, this is it. They didn't update the link on their other site. Nice meme. But prospective students. Yeah, they really don't have the. I don't know how they do the pre-med then. I'm confused. So, anyways, yeah, I guess could we maybe look up a course? Oklahoma University courses.
you can get the course catalog.
Exactly. Yeah, let's look at the general catalog. And you said the course is called what was it called? It was called I assume that would be psychology.
It is under psychology.
Okay, psychology. Okay, we can just look
Let me pull it back up. I have the name of it in that syllabus.
was it learning something, or it was capstone? Yeah, capstones are usually project courses. I lifespan development 2603. So this is a 200 level course.
Okay.
and the prerequisite is Sci 1 1113, which is elements. So this is like the basic psych class that everybody sits in the big lecture hall. Okay, so and it's a 3 credit hour course. Okay, yeah, so this is it. This is the one. This is the exact same description. But did they have a syllabus for Sci 2603? I mean, we saw the syllabus, I guess, but um, is what I'm trying to see is this required at all? I don't.
Let's see, I know that it's going to vary depending on your source, right? But
Yeah, it's you kind of have
I'm seeing
to.
multiple news sources that are calling the student a psychology major specifically.
So this might okay. So pre-medicine psychology probably potentially. I don't know again and how they
New
structure
York
pre-med.
Times said psychology major and pre-med. So it could be
Oh,
minoring in something. It could be doing the, perhaps the anthropology focus for pre-med. I'm not seeing on here a psychology one specifically, but maybe under public and community health or something. I don't know. Let me
could
play
be, could be,
through.
could be. Yeah, let's look at let's
But
look, yeah.
anyway, whether the course is required for her or not at that level, even if you're just like minoring in psychology or something, um, that's still, from the sound of the number, what to me would be a 200 level course. So like a sophomore level. Um, so I would still expect you to cite things. I'd still expect you to have a stronger understanding than just, what a freshman in their very first week would.
Yeah, and so what I'm seeing here is this course isn't like specified by number here, but they do say major elective from core courses. So you need a size. So for sophomore, so this is sort of their suggested plan of study. Sophomore year, yeah, you do need a major elective from core courses like every year. So every single year. She's a junior, so I assume it's a major elective. That's what I would assume. Because yeah, free elective would be 3,000. This is a 2,000 level, so 2,000 level course would be let's see, maximum one of the following. That's 2,503. Yeah, no, I think we'd have to look at the elective list. I'm pretty sure this would be a major elective. Um,
Yeah.
from psychology. So okay, I mean it's a
Well, in either
required.
case,
Yeah,
she's had to have passed a psychology course before because there's a psych prereq.
yeah.
And
This one.
although there are exceptions to every policy, not particularly likely that she would have gotten an exception if she can't even so much as write a 700 or a 600 word paper.
Exactly. And, especially if you're a junior in university, like, and this is something maybe more of a sort of a general, maybe you share my concern, or maybe I'm overblowing it. But I have noticed that just generally a lot of people are, and of course, if I wrote this in a paper, I'd get a 0 out of 10 myself. But I have noticed lately that um, sort of in the US, I've noticed particularly like reading levels have really gone down. I mean, the average reading level has decreased over time. The as far as like not only vocabulary, but just like, you know, how much do people read? Like people barely read, it seems like. It's being somebody who's into reading and books is like a sort of a niche thing or a hobby. Um, and the other thing I've noticed is that is that when students are in classes, like, and I understand that like if it's like a extra class you take just to, if it's a class you take like, hey, I just need the credit and I need to move on, it's not my primary, subject of interest, they just sort of get by in the class and get, I don't know, a C or whatever, like they're a C student in the class, like there is that. um but yeah, and this is actually something I'm going to cover in my series, which we're going to do the introduction message tonight. But one of the things is sort of how sort of American, what I call McChristianity has, and I call it that because it's very commodified. But sort of this American sort of brand of Christianity is like the primary contributor to anti-intellectualism. And so what we're seeing now is that people are just, putting out sort of their opinions and trying to construct them as academic level criticism. And so this is where the sort of the anti-intellectualism has crept in. And so She might have been behind in one of her prereqs. I mean, okay. I mean, I don't put that against students. Sometimes, they don't have time. Maybe that's not their focus. A and B, they probably had other courses to take the first couple of years. So now, she's a junior, third year, so she may be catching up. But which I wouldn't put that against her. But yeah, that's the thing, I guess. But yeah, my point is that like people are now considering like, oh, it's my opinion, therefore it's a valid argument, and it's like, how is that a valid academic argument? It's just an opinion. Like that's the problem, is that opinion is now sort of, students think they can just get away with stating their opinions. It's like, no, as we saw in the paper, like you didn't cite, you didn't back up your argument. You just put out a bunch of like just, bunch of, you put out 4 or 5 disparate arguments that you didn't back up, and you just filled the word count. That's all you did. So yeah, I'm pretty, I really, there's got to be way more students, who are putting out these kind of essays. Like that's my fear. And the fact that this has been allowed to continue up until like junior year, senior year, it's like, this isn't good. This isn't good for not only academics. This just isn't good as far as like, education, as far as like development of a person into a fully functioning adult. Like there's just a lot of problems I'm seeing here as far as like death of society, quote unquote, if you want to put it that way.
Right.
Yeah.
There's the problem really in many ways going back to No Child Left Behind, right? And I know that's the favorite
Yes.
punching bag of educators. But and don't get me wrong, the goals, the intent was good, but the idea of limiting school funding if students aren't passing courses or graduating on time, that's not a way to ensure that the kids are meeting the objectives that we as a society set for a student leaving high school, right? It's instead going to incentivize, as I have seen much in my career, it's going to incentivize schools just shepherding students straight to graduation, no matter what. And it becomes a focus of how do we get them to graduation instead of how do we get them to learn this and truly learn it. And so, I saw, I can't remember who posted it. I think it was in the Discord server. A video that someone, I don't know, I don't watch very many talking heads these days, but someone talking about this, and they said something to the effect of, this wouldn't even be a middle school quality essay or what have you. I do want to emphasize this point. The quality of that essay that we just went over is something that I would expect the majority of seniors in high school to be putting out, something like that at that level. It is not a poorly written essay in terms of, it is poorly written, but it's not a poorly written essay in terms of the relative placement of quality, if that makes sense. It's
Yeah, maybe
a very standard quality essay for a student who is about to graduate high school or recently has. And that is problematic in and of itself. But I think it's important to not just be like, oh, this is like a 5th grade quality writing. It's really not. It's like it's 12th grade. And that is bad.
Yeah, the fact that that's 12th grade, dude, and you know this, again, I hate stereotypes, quote unquote, but you know how, I mean, I guess most families, but I know particularly there's a thing in sort of, Asian American sort of diaspora, right? Where there's this like high expectation of academic achievement because, American dream and whatnot. So yeah, this no, my parents would not have allowed me to submit this. Like they would have said, yeah, you deserve that 0 out of 10. They would have had me take it on the chin and learn the hard lesson from it. But like because of the standards of academic achievement, and yeah, that's
And I will
expected.
say too, this is the sort of situation where, and this is something I can't fault the instructor for because this was almost certainly university policy, if not college policy. Um, the idea that you can't redo anything or resubmit anything. That's not a good way to help students learn from their mistakes.
It's not growth. Exactly. It's just sort of like, well, you messed up. You're irredeemable. You messed up. I do think there is a teachable moment there where like maybe where but the problem is again it's not only the university preventing the teachable moment from happening, it's propagandists and organizations like TPUSA. They prevent this from happening too, right? They prevent the growth from happening because their intent is for the person to not grow. Because if Samantha were to grow as a person, she would likely leave TPUSA. She would leave the likes of TPUSA or not get involved with them, right? So, yeah,
Right. Yeah.
they mess everything up, man.
This is very true. I've said this for a long time, and I'll keep saying it. Education is a fundamentally conservative institution. The purpose
Hmm.
of education is, at the end of the day, to socialize people into a way that preserves our society and continues it. It is to conserve society. Now, there is the concept of liberatory education and social change and social justice being promoted through education. But that is, one, a relatively new concept in the grand scheme of education. But two, it's it's fundamentally going against what schools were designed for. Schools were fundamentally designed as conservative, reproductive, socially reproductive institutions. And it just don't be fooled just because there's a large union membership rate amongst teachers, you know?
No, no,
Unions
no.
don't make it progressive.
Yeah.
Um, and so, all of that to say, the moment that we start to break down the barriers of, um, the rigid, just rote memorization concept of schooling, and begin to expand it into this idea of, it's about skills and it's about critical thinking skills, which there are issues with that idea. But once we move from the point of it being a very clear set curriculum with very specific outcomes to it, and we open that up, which to be clear is a good thing,
Mhm.
we shouldn't be shocked when doing so kind of messes up the whole system because the structure was not designed for that. The structure was designed
Hmm.
in a very socially conservative way.
Exactly.
And
Yeah.
that's the problem we have here.
Yep. And unfortunately, it's like I feel like it's sometimes as much as I support initiatives to make progress or to introduce sort of liberation or to challenge existing norms that are harmful norms and hierarchies and stuff like that. I do think that trying to shoehorn that into an institution that was initially designed to preserve those is can be problematic. We saw today sort of how it's like, well, you can't just tell a student that the essay is generally offensive. You got to back yourself up when you as a teaching assistant or a professor say that. Like you gotta like if you expect your students to back up their claims, you should back yours up. It's like a two-way street there. So that's probably an example of where like trying to shoehorn sort of it's not so much DEI even. Like again, I know DEI is sort of the trigger word, the code word that everybody like, likes to wage the entire culture war on. But like it's just like you're trying to sort of teach progressive updated curriculum and updated findings about like human sort of gender expression and gender identity. It's hard to do that in a structure that's designed to preserve the sort of existing like social hierarchies and norms and stuff. So yeah, it's I think out of this, it's not so much like this is like I want to be clear. Like this video is not so much about saying, well, TPUSA bad, Samantha Polnecki is a bad student. Like I think she has the potential to grow from this, to learn from this. TPUSA is obviously getting in the way of that growth, like I said. But I also think like this is sort of a moment for us to step back and say, you know, and start to evaluate our education system and say, well, okay, how do we, I guess, escape, how do we make systems of it, and I think that Aglor, that's a lot of what sort of what you focus on, is how do we make systems of education not so much like liberal and progressive, but sort of like how do we make systems of education in such a way that encourage people to you know, when they examine a subject of any kind, or when they learn a new subject, how do they sort of grow as a person? How do they become sort of not only more curious about the subject, um, but also like but also try to sort of cohesively and consciously understand that subject more, right? When you talk about history, for example, I know you're a history teacher. You've talked about how you try to get your students to not just it's not so much about memorizing dates and times and names and stuff like that. It's about also sort of understanding I guess sort of the machinations of empire, I guess, for instance. Again, I don't know exactly like how you I don't know if I'm accurately describing like how you teach your students, say,
Yeah, you're
your
getting the
early
general
European
gist of
history,
it. Yeah.
or early
It's
world history, but yeah.
yeah, so the area of my focus is, and focus of my research is with what's called historical consciousness, which
Hmm.
is primarily a German and a Scandinavian concept in terms of that language. But the idea behind it is, how do we teach students so that by the time they leave the school, whether that be high school or university or wherever, how do we teach students to rise to a level of historical consciousness where they are oriented in time, where they have oriented their lives in a way where they're understanding not just how they as individuals got there, but how they fit into the bigger picture of everything.
Hmm.
And, for me, I know a lot of people, especially on the progressive side of things, are sort of afraid of the word indoctrination. I'm happy to use a nicer sounding word like, socialization if we want. But, maybe it starts with, maybe we do need to indoctrinate or socialize kids into
There it is.
appreciating democracy,
No, no,
appreciating
100%.
a multicultural, a pluralistic democracy first. It's because if you don't have that fundamental background, if you have this idea of it's always us versus them, if you look at history as the story of how your specific, specially chosen group, your nation, got to where they are, if you don't have a higher historical consciousness, if you don't have an appreciation for the hard fought, um, this institution that we have of democracy, as imperfect as it is, it used to be a lot worse, and it
Hmm.
could get a lot better. But we need to sort of get them to understand that and place it historically in the minds of the kids. And so that's sort of the focus of my research, is what even is historical consciousness? How can you even measure it? And what do we do with that? And I think what we see when we do not, as a society, value the study of history in that way,
Yeah.
what we see are things like this little essay that should be a nothing. We shouldn't be talking. We should not have ever even heard of it. It is instead emblematic of a larger problem that gave us things like, even silly stuff like Ezra Klein thinking
Oh,
that history basically started in 2016 when Hillary said that thing about baskets of deplorables. Like, to him, that's where history started, because he lacks historical consciousness. And that is someone who writes for the New York Times for a living. Like, this is a well-educated person, and they're
yeah.
historically ignorant.
Isn't he their top or one of their top political commentators too? Is Ezra
I
Klein
think
like
so. I
he?
think his podcast
Yeah.
is one of the top ones. I mean, it's not like Joe Rogan level, but it's one of the most popular.
Oh my
Absolutely.
goodness. It's funny because actually when I remember when this is sort of an outside sort of off topic a little bit, but I remember when Ezra interviewed Ta-Nehisi Coates.
Yep.
And Ta-Nehisi, like I don't want to say tore him, like kind of, I mean, tore him to shreds, but took him to town on like a lot of the lack of historical consciousness that Ezra has. And even a lot of people in the comments in the New York Times comment section, which it's full of sort of centrists and liberals. They and people of generally higher privilege. People who read the New York or have the time to read the New York Times and subscribe to this stuff. You know, uh, they were heavily disagreeing with Ezra. It was funny. It was crazy how hard the tide turned against him and turned in favor of Ta-Nehisi. So that was a really good discussion. I remember watching that. He did a fine job. But that
Yeah,
aside,
absolutely.
I do think that like we're like, and let's be clear, as somebody who's in sort of Christian and faith-based spaces who is challenging sort of American conservatism. We also see these issues in progressive spaces, in liberal spaces, certainly in sort of leftist spaces as well. There's a lot of lack of historical consciousness. Do not get me started on the USSR, oh boy, and the lack of historical consciousness about the history of the USSR. They, yeah, don't get me started. Yeah, MLs are gonna start. Are gonna. I'm rage baiting all the MLs right now, Marxist Leninists. But there is that. But then, like, I've noticed also, and this is sort of my last point here, sort of to bring this home, is I'm noticing that. So when you talk about like you want to encourage students to engage in a pluralistic, sort of democracy, you want them to sort of, be, uh, be, be, I guess, like future. I don't even want to call it stewards of it, but I guess maybe in a way, but at least like have this sort of deep appreciation for how essential it is for a peaceful, peaceful humane society that provides equal freedom and treatment for everybody, right? So it's like that, like to recognize that like multiculturalism, that pluralistic democracy is it's either that or barbarism, right? So um now the thing is that I'm unfortunately seeing this like for instance, I'm seeing a lot. So this is a very specific thing you may not be aware of, but like, so when you look at Christianity back home in India, Christianity is a minority religion. We're talking 5% of the population, which is still almost 80 or 90 million people, which is hard to fathom that 5% is 90 million people. But let's just just for numbers, that's how many Christians there are in India and South Asia generally. It's around 90 million and growing. But for us being a minority, like the way we exist over there as Christians is very different from how American Christians exist. American Christians, they just want to segregate all non-Christians out of existence, or just not, or just eliminate them entirely, either through forced conversion or through fascist means. As Christians in India, we are, I guess, sort of very, very used to and very accustomed to coexisting with people of so many different faiths. How many, Hindu deities and gods and goddesses are there, right? So there, every no two temples are the same. You've got mosques everywhere. You've got gurudwaras, Sikh temples everywhere. You got Buddhist viharas everywhere. And so it's like, how does a diverse, pluralistic, religiously pluralistic nation exist like this? And what you see is that it's not so much about who is of what denomination or what faith. That's not the emphasis. The emphasis in a society like, say, India, for example, the emphasis is on sort of community and helping one another more. I know that sounds like really, really sort of simplistic and childish, but like I'm just telling you that like what you'll notice in societies, and maybe you've noticed this in your trips to various countries overseas, is that community often supersedes religious differences. And in the ways of like say mutual aid, in the ways of say you know um people of different faiths literally living next to each other, because India is such a densely populated country. I think that pluralistic sort of exposure to all kinds of different people, and just being around people and not having that much personal space, as discomforting as that may be, I actually think that kind of opens you up, because as somebody from that part of the world, I come to the US, and I've been in the US most of my life, but I've gone back to India many, many times. And the first time I went when I was a kid, I was like shocked at how crowded the place was, how crowded it was, and just everything shocked me. But then I got really used to it, and I consider it where my home really. It's like I'm like there are so many aspects of living there that I'd want to see here, right? This sort of interfaith sort of community, this like you said, pluralistic sort of democratic means of existence in a society. Now it's interesting because India is run currently by a fascist regime, and we've always had sort of a casteist, elitist regime in place ever since the time of the British Raj. So that unfortunately is a longstanding issue that hopefully gets resolved soon. But in spite of all of that, people still have this strong sense of community with one another, like you don't see in say many sort of Western countries. So I do feel like and the problem here is that so when a lot of South Asian people immigrate to say the UK, the United States, Australia, right, Canada, what ends up happening is you'll probably see a lot of them, like, I call them the quote unquote unks, right? The unks and the aunties, they think about, they start to say, really sort of anti-immigrant things. They start to buy into anti-immigrant rhetoric, or they're very anti-queer, anti-LGBTQ. They end up voting for people that, where the leopard would eat them in the face, right? So what ends up happening is that they forget about that sense of community they had back home, and they project. They start to. I guess what I say they start to adopt. They start to like assimilate themselves essentially, and so I'm unfortunately seeing that within. They start to they start to assimilate, unfortunately. So what a lot of Indian Christians, so there are a lot of Indian Christians who've come to the US, and one of the reasons they come here is because of this, because they're Christianity's everywhere in America, and it's a place where they come for jobs and opportunities and education and stuff. But I see a lot of Indian Christians here who now say, well, I don't like that there's a mosque nearby home church in India. It's like, are you crazy? Because a lot of people back home in India would laugh at you. They'd be like, we've never had a problem with the masjid, the mosque down the street. We've never had a problem with the Hindu temple around the corner. Like, they have no problems whatsoever. And it's like, and then they come here and they're like, well, I don't want a mosque in my neighborhood. It's like, are you kidding me? So this is like, this is starting to infect, sort of Christians in like different different sort of like diasporas. Like it's starting to affect people in sort of the I guess I would say Latine or Latino diaspora. This is affecting people in the Indian, South Asian sphere. I've seen it here in Los Angeles. You see a lot of immigrant communities. There are portions of them that are subscribing to this now, and so it's like. Yeah, and it sucks. It's because it's like back home in India, it's like we're not like this toward people of other faiths, and now we're basically like the U.S. is sort of becoming a laboratory for this kind of like segregation and bigotry, and I don't like that. Um, and yeah, it's just not a recipe for a stable, peaceful, respectful society. It just isn't.
Right. And and I'll make this
I
brief
don't want to
because
keep you too late. Your time zone. But yeah, I just wanted to sort of drive that conclusion home.
yeah, it's so when it comes to the idea of there are three main sort of theories, I guess we could say, when it comes to immigration and how diverse populations come together within a new country. And the two that people usually think of, right? Multicultural or pluralistic society. Um, so multicultural theory is this idea that everyone is under a very vague umbrella of, in this example, American, but then everyone is still their own unique cultures, and everyone just sort of does their thing, but they just have a different label on top. Then you have assimilation theory, which is the idea and the argument for, everyone assimilating into whatever American culture they find when they get here. And I would argue the correct solution to a lot of this is neither. Instead, we need to focus on what's called amalgamation, or the melting pot. this idea that instead of saying, okay, America is one way and it needs to stay that way, immigrants need to assimilate, or instead of saying, we just need to magically find a way that a bunch of diverse and contradictory ideas can exist next to each other, which is pluralism. This instead is the idea that we take the good things from our lives and find common ground over those good things and those good values and those
Mm.
ideas that help us flourish. And then the things that kind of suck, we become comfortable with letting them go. And the idea of the melting pot, right, is a myth. It's never really happened.
Mm.
But I think that maybe if we pushed for something that's more focused on, a democracy, a representative democracy, and that sort of focus, if we, you can call it whatever you want, a civic religion or something, there are different labels you can apply. But we need a common thread that's not just a vague label on top that goes on your passport. You know what I mean? It needs to be something where people are developing real connections with people,
Yeah, and I think
no
that's
matter where
kind
they're
of
from.
what you're saying there. It's kind of the true. It's kind of what DEI originally was sort of aiming for, right? And I feel like it's gotten sort of corporatized, because like I mentioned before, DEI sort of came out of corporate. It came out of the employee handbooks, right? That's sort of
Right.
where it originated, and so it got very corporatized and sort of label, like you said, you're putting labels on certain people and stuff, and yeah, the there is an interesting sort of, and this is something I've seen actually within, the South Asian diaspora and the various sort of, cultures that are part of it. You're talking, how many different languages and and cultures and backgrounds. It's there is an interesting thing happening where we as a South Asian people, when we go, whether it's back home in the subcontinent or abroad, we're wrestling. There's sort of this generation gap we're wrestling with, where it's, yeah, we want to preserve a lot of good things about, the various cultures we come from, whether it's sense of community, helping one another, sort of a strong sense of family. But then there's also the how do we get rid of a lot of the toxic aspects of it, like for example the caste system. The caste system isn't formalized in South Asia at the moment, really, but it still formally exists in a number of ways that keep the majority of people out of, say, education, or segregates them into, into certain housing, and basically enforces sort of class, reinforces sort of class divisions and capitalism and stuff. So there is sort of like, how do we as South Asian people still, keep the positive aspects? Like, hey, community is really great, the food's really good, the sort of our artistic expression, right? All that kind of stuff. Like, how do we keep that, but then move forward with, say, queer acceptance? How do we get rid of colorism? Colorism's a big problem, just as it is in sort of Latin America. Colorism's a huge problem there. We also have it, and that also coincides and ties into caste as well. So, like, how do we move forward as South Asian people? And I guess this is what you're talking about with amalgamation. It's like, how do we amalgamate sort of the diaspora, but still maintain these sort of unique, sort of, interesting and joyful sort of differences we have. Like with amalgamation, like someone, say, from Bangladesh or from Bengal would still speak Bengali or whatever their, home language is. But and they would still, eat that food. Like the thing is like there are, I feel like there's a generation of South Asian people coming up, millennials and Zoomers particularly, that, they're rejecting a lot of the old toxic stuff, the bigotry, the casteism, all that stuff, but they're still eating biryani with their hands like Mamdani does. Basically, a great example of this is actually Mamdani himself. You people think, oh, he's a Muslim, but he's one of the most like progressive, like, public figures I've seen in recent memory, right? So he so socially and economically progressive. So not what you would expect from, not what many people would expect from a Muslim, for example, so, or a South Asian person. So the thing is that like I feel like there's a generation of, or like at least some of us are sort of doing this sort of amalgamation already. Yeah, something to think about, and I think that's something I'll close on because yeah, it's crazy how one essay in a class at University of Oklahoma has provoked this discussion. But I hope that like at least for all of us, and as a huge ups to Aglor here, by the way, for bringing that up as well. I hope that this sort of like gets you to think, gets you all to like start to paradigm shift a little bit, because this is sort of the this sort of the this is sort of the this is where like all this starts to snowball, right? And how do we I guess like we don't just like we can't just fix this with with debating MAGA, or debating against them and winning against them in the marketplace of ideas. I think that is ineffective. Like there's a number of structural things and and also like yeah, I guess like social patterns, like you're saying, with with how we're approaching diversity that need to absolutely change. So yeah, I'm glad we had this discussion because this is more than just a paper. Like this is a sort of a meta. I would almost say this is sort of a meta analysis of the problems of, without lack of a better term, modern society, and particularly in the education space. And sort of how that's manifesting in education. So I'm glad we went over that, and yeah, pretty revealing, isn't it?
Absolutely. It all connects. And it always seems to connect through education because that is one of the things that, that is how children are socialized. They're socialized at school.
It's where we get adults from. Yeah.
And so education comes in to the story almost every time. And even
Always.
even if a kid's homeschooled, right? Like their education's still in the story somehow.
Hmm.
Um, and it just it reproduces some of the bad things that we want to get away from. But the solution is not just to turn it into a free for all where everyone can do whatever they want. Like,
Oh, the
you know,
unschoolers. Yeah, I've seen them.
well, yeah, they certainly have some issues.
Oh
But
yeah.
it's at a certain point, if we are too multicultural, that means we start accepting the fascists.
Yeah, to a degree, and unfortunately, yeah, that's happened in the U.S. I constantly talk about how whether it's the RSS and those kind of organizations that they've had U.S. chapters, they've had chapters in the United States for almost 40 years, ever since
Yeah.
Reagan's time. It's crazy, and they're more influential than ever. So, but yeah, anyways, but yeah, I just like to say thank you so much, Agler, for your time and your analysis on this. As an educator, I couldn't have picked any better person, in at least in my circles, that I could have thought of to go over this. I hope that for people who watch this who thought, oh, we're just bashing we're just MAGA bashing here. It's like, no, this is a much bigger conversation, and that no matter where you are at on sort of the spectrum, whether it's the religious spectrum or the political spectrum, no matter where you're at, it's like I think there is a common thread of there's a common sort of point we're all arriving at where we see the glaring issues with not just the education system, but just sort of larger issues with community and society. So yeah, really opened up a lot here. But yeah, thank you so much, Aguilar. Appreciate it. Always love having you on. You're welcome to come on again anytime. There's not only for this, but I do. But you're always welcome to come on anytime again. And yeah, thank you so much.
Absolutely, absolutely. It was a pleasure.
All right.
I guess before I disappear, last chance from Chad if there's any questions for me.
Sorry, yeah, I should have opened the floor up to questions, but yeah.
Of course, we can cut this part out of the whatever video you upload.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
People take a second, but I don't want to be that rude guy that runs away.
No,
and
I
then
appreciate
suddenly
it.
some questions come in or something. So I'll wait just a second before I hang up the call.
Well, wait. Oh yeah, this is gonna be hard to cut up in post because I do repeat myself a lot.
Just cut out all the stuff I say and then dub over it with your own voice, and then that way you just sound like you're either really smart or confused and talking to yourself.
uh, okay, well, if you all have any questions, by the way, about like this, I know there's probably a little bit of latency, but uh, yeah, if you all you know join the further discussion, um, redo the
You're
whole
welcome
thing with the
to ping me
script.
in Discord or something. So
No, I mean I'll just like just sort of get the important points from my side, and then I think it'll be a pretty long video, but I think it's important. You wouldn't say education is conservative; it's conservative in the actual sense. Yes, in terms of the meaning of the word, because conservative in terms of the culture war is very different from what it actually means, which is conservative technically should mean preserving the existing system, right? It's preservation. Whereas conservative in the culture war sense is sort of a regression, right? It's actually like actively trying to regress things. So that's the
right, the
difference. Yeah.
idea of conservatives, really conservative should be the word we use for the political center.
Yes.
Um,
Yeah.
Instead, that's more where liberal fits. But
It's
functionally, in
crazy.
modern society, conservatives and liberals, because it's a liberal country broadly, less so now after the authoritarian turn, but
Hmm.
um, that is that label should be applied broadly to the political center, conservative. Then you have reactionary is the more accurate political sciencey
Yes.
term for
Mhm.
what we call conservative in modern American discourse.
Okay. Fox of Fate says, would it be a viable tactic to remind Christians about Mark 25? Yeah, yeah, we're gonna get into that actually, and that's part of sort of my series that we're doing. So we're gonna do that after this. Take a little break, and then we'll get back to we'll film that first. We're gonna film that first part of the series that I'm doing called McChristianity. That's a huge part of it. Yes. And Alex
I will
says,
say,
yeah.
just because, of course, I'm not particularly religious, but
Mhm.
I think that that may be a valid tactic, for the Christian side, but it we want to be cautious, I think, as broadly progressive people trying to advocate for positive change in our society. Um, I do think we want to be cautious with doing so in such a way that might alienate some people. So that's not to say, don't reference biblical text, but rather do so in a way that doesn't come across as condemnation for people who don't already fit into your camp.
Correct. That's why I try to, and it's hard to do because I'm very my lane is the Bible and sort of Abrahamic text, but like yeah, it's I want to be more. That's what I'm striving for going forward is like being more interfaith and being more interfaith and of course even considering the because I know like the reasons people go atheist or agnostic is because of a lot of institutional harm and abuse in the church or wherever, and so that like I personally know people who have gone through conversion therapy. It's literally like prison torture. It's horrific. I want no one to go through it. It's part of the reason I actually initially became an atheist and then sort of came back to faith more progressively. Um, because for those who don't know, 15 years ago, if you met me, you would, I was practically, I was a Christofascist back then. Um, uh, so I guess this leads into Alex's question. Would you say education's conservative function, meaning conservative in the sort of preservation of status quo, conservative, leads to reaction to reactionary thought? Um,
Not necessarily, no, I wouldn't say
Not
so.
completely.
But and in a weird way, follow this thread really quick. In a weird way, I think we might even say that we kind of hope it does, in the sense that as America has shifted ever since 9/11, let's not pretend this is just
Mhm.
Trump. Ever since 9/11, America has shifted further and further into an authoritarian direction. Everything from the Patriot Act uh, provisions all the way up to the more on the nose fascistic nature of the administration. Um, in a weird way, we kind of want to go back to, at least temporarily, a more democratic society, I would think. So, in a weird
Hmm.
way, we're almost the reactionaries in a certain context.
Well, we're
Um,
responding. We're sort of we're sort of countering, right? A lot of us are countering because like I think some people might have thought, oh, if it's more authoritarian, then because that I think a lot of independents like voted for Trump, say last year, right? They voted for Trump, thinking
right.
that okay, he's gonna get us away from this sort of corporate establishment, whatever. When in fact he is the epitome of corporate establishment, if you think about it.
Yeah.
And now people are seeing that, and so there's this backlash, and we saw it in the in this year's elections in a lot of states. Whether it was the governor races of New Jersey and Virginia, for example. We saw a huge leftward shift. Even in Tennessee, Afton Bain might have lost as the progressive Democrat candidate, but she closed the gap significantly in a plus 22 Republican, pro-Trump county or district, rather, multiple counties. And she heavily turned Davidson County or Nashville, the downtown Nashville area, heavily even more left. So she had a massive effect in that. But I think not only her, but I think there's like this huge sort of uh, now people are trying to counter sort of the authoritarianism they didn't expect to come, right? So there is that sort of aspect of U.S. politics that's going on right now. I think that's sort of the quote unquote reaction, if you will, to all of this. Um, so yeah, I think, but what you're saying is like, is
I would say, to answer Alex's question,
yeah,
no would be the short answer. I don't think it
not,
leads to that. And I don't think it, I would even go as far as to argue that it actively opposes that. And while at the same time also actively opposing institutionally, that is, progress,
mhm,
reactionary thought is also in there because the goal is to conserve.
right.
And so I don't think it leads to that so much as the way people respond to education as an institution can lead to more progressive thought or more reactionary thought if people
Hmm.
are really burnt by the schools.
Hmm. Okay. Yeah, that's something I'll have to probably ponder more on. I think the bigger factor is probably the fact that social media creates the permission structure for people to be wrong in the open and not get challenged for it. Not only be wrong,
Yes,
but
that's a big problem.
also to be more reactionary to and obviously there's a profit incentive to push misinfo. Look at anti-vax movements. To peddle snake oil literally to people. So yeah, I think that there is that's like one frame of reference you could view this from. But yeah, okay. Yeah, the US does liberal and conservative differently. I mean, we're almost like the UK in a lot of ways, where like our Republican Party is basically like the Tories right now, like or well actually our Republican Party is kind of like reform now. It's more like reform than Tories.
Yeah.
There is there is a segment of the Republicans that are more like Tories, like UK Tories, who are like sort of neocon conservative. But and sort of I think they're basically our Blairites, if you will, quote unquote. And then of course, yeah. So I'd say the U.S. is more like the U.K. when it comes like our Republican Party is like Reform slash Tory, and then our Democratic Party is like it like runs the gamut from Labor to Greens essentially. So Greens being a minority, of course. The Bible, while I don't believe it in myself, can be a very powerful tool to fight the Christ of fascists. Oh yeah, 100%. What do you think liberation theology is? I'd rather have them read the Bible and believe in what the Bible says as opposed to what they currently believe in that their pastors, the media, the evangelists, and the sort of, and those kind of outlets say or what like I've seen a lot of people just like I've noticed this particularly too, like people will just share stuff with each other on social media, like on Facebook pages, and like they will make that their core belief. It's like you read it on Facebook, don't make it your core belief, please. But people will do that. Permission to be cruel to others, yes, that's a problem with social media. Is like cruelty isn't really met with the right amount of pushback, right? It's just sort of allowed, and the permission structure is created. Yeah. Um, so there's all of that going on, but yeah, I do think that's the main, to me at least, as somebody in the tech space, there's a lot of concerns about technology and how it's impacting society. That to me is the bigger factor, is the sort of permission structure for cruelty, for bigotry, for those kind of things that social media has created, and the fact that feeds that algorithm. So, but yeah, I don't
There
want to
was a
keep. Yeah.
time where social media was very helpful, where we started to see kids be kinder to each other, supportive of each other. I remember the first time I came back to teaching after my brief tenure in the Army. And first time I had an autistic student have a meltdown in the middle of class, and I was shocked. I was floored by how kind and comforting and supportive
That's good.
the other students were. Because when I was in school, that never would have happened. The ridicule would have been
Oh.
off the charts. And so I thought to myself, this is crazy. People are finding, their humanity in a way they never did before. And the problem is the more progressive elements of our society, I think, sort of capitulated the social media battle because we kind of assumed that we had already won and that the conservatives
That's a good
couldn't
point.
ever take it. And so we just sort of let them have it. And
Mhm.
now people are more cruel to each other using the same tools.
There you go. So, yeah, there. That's a great answer to the question there. Yeah, I couldn't have. Yeah, that's a good point. I think. Yeah, I think we'll end on that. I think I don't think see any other
Absolutely.
questions in chat. But yeah, thank you so much, Aguilar, for coming on. As we say in Urdu, "Bahut bahut shukriya" means thank you so much. "Bahut bahut" means thank you very much. But yeah, "Bahut bahut shukriya." Thank you for coming on, and yeah, hopefully this bit of critical faith theory helped you. So, all right. Oh,
I
we got a lot
appreciate
to
the
cut out of the
time. Have a
video.
good one, everybody.
Thanks. Have a good night. Yeah, hopefully it's, what is it, like 10 p.m. over there? Get some sleep, my
Yeah,
friend.
just hit 10, so not too bad for me just yet. But
The night is
oh,
young.
hang on, I just saw pop up on chat there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, just one more thing. You're from, oh, so Snake Cabretti, by the way, is a friend of ours. Please follow him. He is, I'm gonna shout him out again. I shouted him out earlier, but please follow Snake Cabretti. He's a great friend of ours. Plays a lot of the games we like. Is a fellow Night City resident, just like I am in Cyberpunk. Question for guest. I'm from a much smaller country, Belgium. We have a Belgium's cool country. I like to go. We have a much more rigid central directed curriculum for schools, so it's not federalized like the US is. Would such a thing help in the US for a lot of educational problems? So I guess right now in the US we're very federalized. Would nationalizing, I guess, is the question. Would
Um,
nationalize, like, how would you approach it if we were to do it, or would you
so
not do it?
yes and no
Okay.
in terms of helping a lot of the problems. Yes, it could be helpful. The problem is, and this is the major critique I have for the more centralized or nationalized curricula out there. For example, my biggest gripe with, even though I like a lot of it, my biggest gripe with the England, the national curriculum of England, which is different from the Scottish and different from the Welsh one, but that's a different story.
Yes.
um, it's it often ends up being very nationalist.
Mhm.
Now, of course, my wheelhouse is history, social studies, all of that. And so, what I see of it is something that someone who focuses entirely on, say, science, biology or something, wouldn't necessarily see. But it does tend to be very much a focus on you're learning the story of our country, and you are part of our country. And so that can be problematic. But at the same time, you also get the benefits of a unified aspect of culture, right? Like today in America, most kids have the universal experience of going to a school, but what that looks like from school to school, from child to child, is very different. So it could help to build a sense of community in that way. But
Hmm.
I don't think that it's a perfect fix. I think it could help in certain ways. Like one thing I'd like to see, I was thinking about this the other day as I was reading a book on education. One thing I'd like to see would be the Department of Education, the federal Department of Education, do something where, maybe it's a grant or a stipend or however we want to frame it. But schools could perhaps qualify for, $1,000 per student that graduates with a special endorsement on their high school diploma for, civics mastery. So understanding the rights
Hmm.
and responsibilities as citizens of the world, citizens of their state, citizens of their country. And then, that could be a way while maintaining the federal system that has the benefit of being able to build local community through school. But bring in this extra piece through incentive for the schools. Hey, if you ensure that, a child graduates with this civic mindedness, then you get the incentive of additional funding from the federal government. Something like that, I think, could be a good
Hmm.
compromise, a good middle ground between a rigid prescriptive curriculum across the whole country and the benefits of the smaller local um, features where kids can feel more connected to their local communities and the communities can feel more connected to the school, because that's something we don't want to get rid of. There's real powerful benefits to that.
Oh, 100%. And yeah, I think that would also, I mean, we have a problem in this country of low voter participation. I mean, I believe the United States has some of the lowest voter turnout in the quote unquote developed world, basically, the richest countries. We have very, very low democratic participation across the board. Even during presidential years, like it's low, it's pitifully low. Like in back home in India, the average turnout for most elections, even that are non-prime minister, like it's every 5 years as prime minister, national elections. Um, uh, Even in non-national years, the average turnout is in like the 60s to 70% range. So it's very high compared to the U.S., where the percentage of eligible voters who actually vote is, averaging around the 40s, 30s and 40s, depending what state you're in. It's particularly low in California, which is not good because in California, people just assume, oh yeah, Democrats will win every time, so they don't participate. So that's one
Yeah.
problem we have here. And so then progressives don't get elected because we need turnout to win. So the thing is that um, yeah. So how do you get voter participation up? How do you get newer leadership in? We've set up. I mean, both parties have the problem, but the Democrats particularly have a gerontocracy problem, right? There's like, there's all these people who are super wealthy from the sort of boomers, Gen X, who are way out of touch with what policies we need to implement. So and that's the reason Medicare for all doesn't become a thing, or some form of universal sort of single payer healthcare doesn't become a thing here. So yeah, I think sort of something like a solution like that would at least encourage younger people to get involved in civics earlier in their life than just have it be like a career prospect you do later in life.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a great answer. We're required to go to the polling place we get assigned to, but voting is not mandated. Okay, so you can do none of the above. Because in India you can do that too. They have a on everything they have a NOTA option, none of the above. So that's similar. But again, India is a parliamentary system, so a little bit different there. Uh, um,
That's one thing that might help too.
mm,
It's kind of getting away from the question, but if we were to shift to a more parliamentary type system of government,
yeah.
or just a different way of electing the representatives, you can still break it apart by state, but make the slate of representatives based on proportion rather than winner take all districts. And I think that would help a lot with the the democratic nature of things.
Ha, parliamentary. You're parliamentary. You're literally the UK. I'm just kidding. Anyways, yeah, but hopefully that answered your question, Snake. That's sort of how the thing with the US is because it's if you look at like the thing with Europe, right? The way nations are formed in Europe is very different because the nation, the sort of the national boundaries of Europe are kind of sort of based upon the sort of history of monarchies there, right? So that's sort of the difference with Europe. But the United States, it's more, the country was, I mean, initially it was 13 British colonies, but then you had basically giant sort of, well, of course, coercive taking of land from indigenous peoples over time, through expansion of the territory. So it's very different in sort of its origin, the United States. So uh, that's important because um, you have a ton of people in the South or in the South who think that, oh well, who still fly Confederate flags, and they still consider that like that we should bring that back and stuff. So and unfortunately, it's millions of people who think that. It's not a small minority. That's the really really discouraging thing. So having a national education system is a very very difficult prospect in a country like this. I have similar criticisms, by the way, in India. If we go globally, in India, there's a problem of, and Pakistan too has a similar problem with this as well. In India, the national, we do have nationalized curriculum. It's called NCERT, NCERT. But NCERT has a lot of problems, especially now with the fascist regime in place since 2014. They have done a lot of revisionism to the curriculum. So now, like, they, erase a lot of history. They, put on sort of the Hindutva narratives on a lot of stuff, or they put a lot of false science stuff in there. Like it's really bad. And teachers are trying to fight back against it, but of course, it's a high censorship society. Unfortunately, India is. Um, we I guess we carried on the British Empire's legacy of censorship and made it worse. Lovely. So yeah, there's a lot of problems with Indian education, and Pakistani education is also quite similar. It's very rote memorization, again, sort of Victorian era, type education, and then of course on top of that you have a high censorship government. So you can't go against the nationalist narrative of Pakistan. Good luck. um, in St. Louis County, you can go to any polling place to vote. Oh, so you don't have to just stick to your precinct. Interesting. They print the ballots right there when you check in. That's interesting. So you can vote from where you work. That's pretty cool. I don't. Yeah, in California, you can't do that. You either mail in or you go to your precinct.
Yeah, it's the same here.
Mhm. So I have an idea too. Forbid a sitting president explicitly from making any endorsement of any candidate in any race in any form whatsoever. I mean, a
That
sitting
one I have a tough one with.
Yeah, well, with the sitting president, I mean, okay. I mean, he's not president, but yeah, like Bernie Sanders endorses progressives and tries to get them, to win, which that's a different thing. That's sort of all part of coalition, right? Progressive coalition. But like, um, yeah,
It
if
it could be worthwhile as long as we have a separate executive branch, right? If we were a parliamentary system where we had a prime minister instead, then I'd be more concerned by that idea because, you want your leaders in the legislature to be able to push their arguments to try to build those governing coalitions. With a system like we have where it's those divided branches of government more explicitly, as long as it's limited just to a prohibition on sitting presidents doing it, then yeah, I could probably softly get behind that idea.
I think maybe when you say endorse, like I guess uh I don't know. There's like multiple, like obviously there's a lot, like how do you stop the political corruption, right? I guess that's like one of the big sort of questions around that. Yeah, what are effective means of stopping corruption when it comes to endorsements? Um, Obligatory uncap the House, yeah. Just a lot of institutions, the House, the Supreme Court, just we need to really expand the number of representatives. Like the U.S. is the third largest country on Earth by population. How many representatives does I should know this off the top of my head, my Indian politics brain. The lower house, okay, so in the US, we have 435 reps and 100 senators, right? In
Right.
India, in the lower house, the Lok Sabha, which is called the House of the People, there are 543 seats in just the lower house. So there's more. There needs to be a lot more, in my opinion, but still, it's 543. And then the Rajya Sabha, which is the upper house of parliament, which is called the Council of States, has 245 seats. So it's a country of 1.5 billion. I think they could do a lot more than that, but yeah, there you go. So it's and also it's like I'm just going to show it here on screen. So this is the upper house, the Rajya Sabha, the upper house. It's all coalition. So you can see here, like it's not a two-party system, it's a two coalition system essentially, or like multiple coalitions. So within one coalition, the NDA, which is the National Democratic Alliance, you have look how many parties, because all the different language regions and stuff like that. So I mean, you have national parties like the BJP, but then you have regional parties like the Janata Dal, which is out of Karnataka state, or sort of down south. You have the JDU. This is another one. This is in Bihar state. So there's like a number of like specific you know coalitions, and then the opposition, which is more sort of centrist and lib, which is the India coalition. They have a bunch of regional parties as well. So it includes the Communist Party, interestingly. So, yeah, there you go. Yeah, the New Hampshire State House is a one rep per 1,000 people. I mean, New Hampshire's population is it even 1 million people? New Hampshire, I think they're at 1 million people, right? Now we're just going on random topics now. I don't want to keep you too late. But
Yeah, expand the house, give statehood to
DC.
DC, Puerto Rico, and the Virgin Islands, and
Well, if they
I don't
want
know,
it, if
do a
Puerto
democracy.
Rico, yeah, if Puerto Rico and Virgin Islands wanted, I don't know. Like it's for see, you have to think about like if Puerto Rico were to go independent, like what would happen to them? Like, you know, in terms of like, geopolitically. I don't know.
I do
Really
think it'd be a catastrophically bad idea,
at the
just
moment.
from a basic economic perspective, for them and the Virgin Islands to separate. They have more to gain by joining as states
Yeah.
than cutting themselves off and having to sort of start from scratch. But at the end of the day, it's up to the voters to decide. Um,
Yeah, it's
but
just the benefits for become of statehood are I guess outweigh independence, but yeah, 1.4 million people in New Hampshire, so one New Hampshire state house. So this is not federal, this is state legislature is one per 3,300 people. Okay, so it's their population has grown, but their representation hasn't. Yeah, yeah, I know. We
the
we need we
original
need
ratio
yeah.
for the House of Representatives back in 1780 uh 9,
That's when the Constitution was signed, right?
yeah,
So 1789.
was 1 to 30,000. So one rep per 30,000 people was the initial idea. But ever since Congress started fixing the cap, it's been a
Gotten
big
way
mess.
worse, yeah. Oh, this is the craziest one is City of Los Angeles City Council. So LA city limits, if you don't count like all the whole metro or just the city, the city limits alone is about 5 million people. And then of course LA County is like 12 million. So LA city limits is represented by 15 council members and it's 5 million people. Yeah. Like, that's bad. That's really bad. New York City
That's
Council
pretty
is
bad.
equally as bad. Yeah. Uh, so, anyways, but yeah, it looks like we don't have any more questions in chat. I do want to let Aglor go. It is late for him, but yeah, but
All right.
thanks.
Have a good night, everyone.
Yes.
If anyone
Yeah,
has any questions, feel free to hit me up on Discord. Fairly active in the server, so
yeah, or
go
whenever
ahead and
you
do that.
they're
Oh,
in chat, whenever you're in Twitch
I
chat.
should say
Mhm.
also is my parting statement.
Mhm.
If anyone isn't itching for more coverage, I guess we could say, of the essay that we went over, which as a reminder, was the focus of me coming on forever ago.
Yeah, we
We've done
started
like
out there and
30,
then we
40 minutes of just talking, answering questions, but that's okay. If anyone's interested in more coverage of that, keep an eye out in the coming weeks for Zoe B. She will be a friend of the channel and all that. She will be probably working on a little side video.
Yeah, so for those who don't know, a friend of our friend of the stream. Let me just enlighten everybody to this. Most of you probably heard of her. If you have not, I'm just showing her channel on screen. Zoe B is also a teacher, an educator, content creator. She does a lot of good video, sort of like video essays on education, particularly. That's her focus, but also just sort of connected topics. And
her most
she's
recent
doing it.
post is where she was talking about did a poll for if people wanted to see a video on the Oklahoma thing.
I voted on that. Yeah, I think I voted that on her what was it, her Patreon? I think it was on one of her funding, one of her
okay.
I think it was either on her Patreon or something. But yeah,
she does great work.
Yeah, she does excellent work. So yeah, expect a video from Zoe soon. I think we've had her on for a fundraiser and stuff too. She's really cool. Great friend of the stream. So. Anyways, yeah, I'll let you be, Aglor. Thanks for coming on, and we'll have you on another time, man. Always good to have you.
Absolutely. Have a good night, everyone.
Good night. That kept going, didn't it? We can just go on and on. Oh my god. Also, just remembered I have some base news. A VTuber I watched had a donathon last week, and we all raised $500 for the Trevor project, and the streamer matched it, so we raised $1,000. Poggers, transcribing the. Let me do some trans rights. By the way, that emote there, if you're wondering, for you geography nerds, it is in the shape of the state of Indiana. And so I just mentioned Zoe, right? The YouTuber. We're not leaving yet, though. We're gonna stay on. We're gonna take a little break, walk around. We've been sitting for a while, and then we'll do the critical faith theory message. I have a little thing I want to record, and then we'll play Baldur's Gate 3. All right. So we also did a fundraiser about a couple of years ago. Actually, it's time flies. We did it a couple of years ago with Zoe and Aglor. Aglor helped to really help me connect. So Aglor is, by the way, he's out of Indiana, the state of Indiana, and they have an organization there called the Indiana Youth Group. So they help a lot of queer youth have a safe place to be, find support, all that kind of stuff, counseling resources, things like that. So get access to gender affirming care. So we fundraised for them. I think we raised about $1,000. We met our goal for that as well. So within 18 hours, which is amazing. So that was a huge fundraiser, and Zoe was huge in helping us put that together as well. So yeah, great friend of the stream. So we're going to take a break, but actually real quick, I want to show you all something. New addition to the stream setup. Obviously my desk is small. I don't have much space in this apartment, but I did put up some soundproofing. So hopefully things sound better. I noticed recently in VODs that like sound like my voice or whatever will reflect off the back wall. And you can actually hear that in the mic a little bit, even with the noise suppression, but this seems to help a lot with like background noise and stuff. So yeah, put up some soundproofing panels for the stream. So, and I like to have it. It seems to like quiet down the space when I'm working here as well, because I work from home. So it really helps to sort of quiet things down. So yeah, we'll be back now in 5 minutes. Everybody, I suggest please take a break. Hopefully you enjoyed that. I got a lot of editing to do on that, but and that'll be up on the channel whenever I get time to edit it soon. But considering it's a pertinent topic at the moment, but we're going to take 5, come back. I'm gonna go to the restroom, take care of some stuff around the house, and then we'll do our critical faith theory message, the first part of many parts we'll be doing of the McChristianity series. So do come back for that. I'm not a preacher. Okay, bless your heart. Yeah. You do give me all the southern hospitality. But anyways, we'll be back soon. In the meantime, you all also get up and do some self-care a little bit. So see you in 5. All right, welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a nice little break. Yes, I did. I did go to the restroom. I did take my bio break. I did refill my water bottle, and yeah, hydrated. You know, got up, walked around, moved around some, stretched out, and now we're back. So, um, so yeah, I just again this lo-fi I found. I don't know how it is. I just wanted to find some random lo-fi for that. I did, of course, wash my hands. Hygiene, and well-being, all of that. I keep my shoes by the front door, okay? House is clean. I'm not Asmongold, okay? I'm not Asmongold. God. Imagine if I did more reacts to Asmongold, I get a lot more haters in chat, which would be funny. By the way, for those on Twitch, you probably noticed I put in my stream tags, I put MAGA in there just to see if we bait any of those people in, you know? Because I genuinely want those people to grow. I feel like people are kind of, there's even a lot of people who are like ex-MAGA now, so it's like I feel like people are sort of breaking out from that, which is good, but it's a long process, man. We got a lot of work to do there. So yeah, there's a lot of work to do in that space. Ooh, that was a long one. Hopefully y'all enjoyed that. Sometimes I like to just like go in depth on stuff and yeah, and it's video game music, so it'd probably be good. Please send that for next time. We'll play that. Just as something fun during the break. That would be good. Oh, I recognize this song. Yeah, unfortunately I recognize this song. Oh boy. But the next thing we're gonna do, I wanted to film the first. So what we're gonna do, we're not gonna have any chat or alerts or anything on the screen. No sounds, hopefully. If so, I'll just repeat myself and edit it out. Yeah, we're not gonna have any alerts or anything on screen. Maggots, indeed. Hey, good to see you, Gath Pyro. By the way, I don't know if you still stream, but if next time you do stream, I know you're going through a lot right now, but whenever next time you're on stream. Geth Pyro is very chill, a friend of ours from South Asia, actually, way back home in the subcontinent. So yeah, give them a follow. They play a lot of truck simulators, cyberpunk, just games we like. Just a very chill place to hang out with friends. What was I gonna say? So yeah, we're gonna start the McChristianity message, part 1. Now we're not gonna when I do these critical faith theory streams, obviously this was a special occasion because of the essay, the infamous essay. Farm sim. I need to get my wheel and everything working for that. There's so many button mappings for farming sim because of the equipment. But it would be fun to get working with the wheel. But anyways, typically we won't be doing that sort of long analysis. Typically we'll just be doing the message and then reacting to brain rot and stuff, and then gaming a little bit. So but today we're going to skip the brain rot. I think we had enough of it with the essay, so that was our brain rot today, was the essay. And yeah, it was pretty bad. Not passable at all. But I want to just get into sorry, let me sure I've got everything together. Sorry, one sec. One second. Let me 1 second up here. Sorry. There we're better. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna be presenting this now. So yeah, let's get this started. Okay. Recording time again. And hopefully I'm just gonna check my preview, make sure we're good. We're good. Okay. So as you can see, this area over here, this is where I put a lot of like images and stuff, or like Bible verses, things like that. So we'll get that started. Okay. Whew. Let me get this ready. Okay. All right, welcome everybody to another segment of Critical Faith Theory. It's been a long time since I've done one of these. I do have a real life and a real job and all of that stuff and so many other things going on, but it is good to finally do another segment. And we are actually starting a brand new series. This is something I've been wanting to do for a long time. It's been on the back burner. I finally got around to it. It is a series I'm starting called McChristianity. Yes, as in McDonald's. And you might wonder, what do those two have to do with each other? Well, uh, I wanted to start this series because I have noticed uh, as a uh, as a Christian living in the United States of America, particularly, but also we're seeing this sort of around the world as well, with various sects of Christianity. I mean, obviously, this is not only targeted at evangelicals like that. They're not the only. They're not obviously. Sorry, how do I phrase this? Now, obviously, some people may think I'm only targeting evangelicals because I came up as an evangelical and then, of course, left it behind and sort of came back to faith as, sort of resisting that evangelical sort of conservative, side of things. But actually, there's bigger, the problems go far beyond just evangelicalism. And so I wanted to use this series to talk about sort of systemic problems I'm seeing. Actually, how do I put this? I wanted to actually put this series together to how do we put this? I wanted to put this series together because it's not. I don't know how to phrase this. Probably, I'm trying to do this for the video, so I want to phrase this right. I don't just want to. Sorry, I wanted to put this series together not to browbeat people. This is not about browbeating and criticizing certain denominations over others or certain religions over others. It's not what this is about. What this is about is understanding is what this is sorry. What this is about is documenting and understanding the key issues. Sorry. What this is about is documenting, understanding, and what this is about is examining, understanding, and looking forward as to how we solve a lot of these issues of our time when it comes to Christianity. Now, you might say, well, there's nothing wrong with modern Christianity. It's a return, it's a revival of American society, is the way it quote unquote should be. It's this rejection of liberal wokeness and all of this stuff. Like so, a lot of people might say that. I would actually say that a lot of the Christianity that we're seeing today, not only in evangelical spaces, we're seeing it in Catholicism, in Orthodoxy, and also in quote unquote what are called non denominational churches, who are mostly either evangelical or are some kind of New Age Christianity, which that has its own host of problems. But essentially, there are a lot of these problems that Christianity has been running into lately. And this series is called Mech Christianity because the epitome of sort of American culture and American sort of marketing and business around the world is McDonald's. We often talk about, the franchising of a certain brand or a store or product as McDonaldizing it, franchising it out, because McDonald's was one of the first successful franchises in the world when it comes to, say, fast food or just any sort of commodity product. So, and from what I've noticed over the past 40 years or so, or even longer than that, but particularly in the past 20 years, especially post 9/11, Christianity and sort of the way it's developed and the ways in which people use it in their life has become very McDonaldized or commodified. It's become not a journey of faith you go on with God and learning from life experience and learning from others. It is rather a sort of a combo you choose from the menu, like, oh, I'm this, therefore, all the answers are easy. Everything's a silver bullet. Miracles come by the dozen. etc. So it's become this very commodified, fast food, sort of mass marketed type of faith. And my problem with that is it's created permission structures for a lot of the worst aspects of our society. Now, now me saying that, of course, I'll get backlash from people saying that, oh, well, wokeness is the worst thing in our society. Okay, fine. Let's put that aside for a moment. Let's put aside the woke for a second. Okay, that's the sort of culture war stuff. I don't want to engage with that yet. Let's talk about how. Sorry, I want to use this series to talk about how, in all the different ways, sort of particularly Christianity, sorry, I want to use the series to talk about all of the ways in which Christianity has sorry. I wanted to use the series to talk about all the ways Christianity has been commodified in various aspects of our society, whether it's the media, whether it's business or music or whether it's the media, business, music, social media, technology, and of course, government policy, and also in the way we do charity. There's a lot of issues I have with the way we do charity in the United States and around the world. And also, we're going to expand sort of our horizons as far as when we're talking about Christianity, of how it's progressing around the world, the things I'm seeing, and sort of a lot of the exports of sort of American style Christian nationalism and other things that are causing problems worldwide. So, yeah, this isn't just about like browbeating people for being Christian. Like, that's not the intent of the series. The intent of the series is to have tough conversations about where the faith is generally going in this country, how it's being used and misused, the impact it's having on the society and everyday life. And I want to come out of the series and I want all of us to come out of the series looking at these things in an objective manner, in an objective light, and try to, and I think ask ourselves, what does it mean to be a person of faith? What does it mean to be a Christian? More specifically, if we're talking about Christianity, what does it mean to be a Christian? What does that actually mean? What does it mean to live out the principles and to have the being of Christ? To put on the nature and the being of Christ. And unfortunately, one of the big things I'm noticing, and it's in all these different spheres, whether it's music or politics or social media, or news media, or the churches and the way they're run basically as corporations or businesses, and of course in business. What I'm seeing in all of these spheres is that Christianity is not so much something that makes you a better person. I think a lot of people see Christianity, being a Christian, as a form of a social status, or as a way to exalt oneself. In fact, there's a verse in the Bible. And if you go to the New Testament, this is Paul's letter to the Apostle Paul's letter to the church in Philippi, and so the Philippians. And so there is a verse in here. Actually, I don't want to do ESV. Hang on 1 minute. You want to do ESV. View revised. 1 sec. There we go. Okay. So there's a verse in Philippians, there's a passage in Philippians about imitating Christ's humility. I think this is something that everybody should absolutely take notes on. So, obviously, Philippians 2 verse 3 says, quote, "Do nothing from selfish ambition or empty conceit, but in humility regard others as better than yourselves. Let each of you look not to your own interests, but to the interests of others. Let the same mind be in you that was Christ Jesus, who, though he existed in the form of God, did not regard equality with God as something to be grasped, but emptied himself, taking the form of a..." Well, I've seen translations of this: slave, servant. I'm going to say servant. Assuming human likeness and being found in appearance as a human, he humbled himself and became obedient. So, what does this mean? Okay, so this is sort of Paul writing to the church in Philippi and addressing a valid concern that people were using Christian faith as a means of gaining social status, or assuming they are more pious than others or greater than others. And he was saying, no, you are misusing your faith as a form of selfish ambition or an empty conceit, and you are throwing humility away at throwing away your humility, because if you call yourself a Christian, Christ himself, although he was, existed in the form of God, sort of in a human form, did not regard equality with God as something to be grasped. So I feel like this is something a lot of people do. They think that in order that if I am a Christian, that means I am one. That means I am equal to God, right? I'm better than everybody. I'm above everybody. I'm a higher caste than everybody, right? Okay? Jesus himself did not regard himself that way, but emptied himself, taking the form of a servant, serving others. Not so much like like an oppressed servant under a master, not, sort of slavery. Obviously, comes from Greek, so it's probably a translation thing. Assuming human likeness and being found in appearance as a human, he humbled himself, right? And and similarly, I'm also seeing, when we talk about status or caste or class, a lot of people see Christianity these days as a way of, saying, oh, well, I'm just better than other people. Me being a Christian, I go to church every Sunday, and then I can do whatever I want Monday through Saturday, ask forgiveness, and I'm fine on Sunday. And it's like they have it's like they treat Sunday morning as their get out of jail free card on the Monopoly board. So, and of course we live in capitalism, so there you go. We are living on a Monopoly board, aren't we? Or a much more complicated version of one. But if we look at Proverbs chapter 29, of course Proverbs are very sort of like one sentence sort of statements, but the Proverbs 29:7 says, the righteous knows the rights of the poor, the wicked have no such understanding. In fact, the poor and oppressor have this in common: the Lord gives light to the eyes of both. If a king judges the poor with equity, his throne will be established forever. And look at that. If a king or if a leader judges the poor with equity, his throne will be established forever. So this says, equity. DEI? Interesting. That's in the Bible. But then I talk to so many Christians here, and they're like, well, welfare queens and this and that. It's like, and they use Christianity as a sort of excuse to browbeat upon people in society who are the most vulnerable, who are the least of these. Instead, they pretend, these sort of very privileged Christians who criticize poor people and don't want them to get any benefits whatsoever. Meanwhile, they're the billionaires. They bootlick at all the subsidies and benefits from the government. These sort of Christians who misuse their faith as a form of status or as a status symbol are, they want that injustice. They want to maintain that injustice. Why? Because then they get to be that greater, that better, that sort of person that's better than everybody. So unfortunately, this sort of self-exaltation, without lack of a better term, the self-exaltation, rather than letting God exalt you because you were humble, right? In fact, if we go back to Philippians chapter 2, we see that, in the terms of Jesus, God exalted him even more highly and gave him the name that is above every other name, so that at the name given to Jesus, every knee should bend and all that, right? But God exalted him even more highly. So unfortunately, what I'm seeing from a lot of Christians is they exalt themselves. They exalt themselves. And so they exalt themselves and use their faith as a means of exaltation, rather than doing and being Christ-like in the world. Now, what does that mean? A lot of Christians think, oh, if I just preach at people, if I'm just a street preacher and I yell at people all day on university quads and street corners, I'm doing the work of God. I'm humbling myself. I'm like, you're not. You're not humbling yourself. You're doing the exact opposite. You're just screaming into the void and rage baiting people. That's all you're doing for personal attention. You're not actually doing the God's work. Doing God's work means serving your community, and serving your community means, helping the least of these. Because what you do the least of these, says the Lord, you do unto me, right? So, and in fact, people might say, oh, you're just preaching from the New Testament. Well, we pulled up from, as you can see here, we're in the book of Proverbs, book of Leviticus, the third book of the Torah. Here we go. Love your neighbor as yourself. Okay, this is from Leviticus. This is the law of Moses. It says, when you reap the harvest of your land, you shall not reap your field right up to its edge, neither shall you gather the gleanings after your harvest. And you shall not strip your vineyard bare, neither shall you gather the fallen grapes of your vineyard. You shall leave them for the poor and for the sojourner. I am the Lord your God. So at least, providing provision for the least of these. You shall not steal. You shall not deal falsely. You shall not lie to one another. Yeah. You shall not steal. You shall not deal falsely. Hey, prosperity gospel preachers, you catch this one? You shall not swear by my name falsely, and so profane the name of your God. I am the Lord. Now, a lot of people say, well, if you use the Lord's name in vain and whatever, it's like, no. What this actually means is if you use your faith as a crutch, upon which you oppress others, that's using God's name in vain. That's swearing by his name falsely. And similarly, you shall not deal falsely. How many prosperity gospel preachers have we seen get caught for fraud? How many pastors and priests in all aspects, in all Christian sects, whether it's evangelical or Catholic, have been caught for child SA, right? How many of them? So, and possession of CP. How many of them have we seen get caught for that? So many of them. They deal falsely. You shall not steal. Again, how many pastors have we seen? You see they have 2 nice watches on, and they buy a plane and a luxury car with the donations that are supposed to be for the church and for the wider community. But no, it's for them. You shall not oppress your neighbor or rob him. The wages of a hired worker shall not remain with you all night until the morning. Look at this. The wages of a hired worker shall not remain with you all night until the morning. You pay your wage. You pay the worker their fair wage. Interesting. You shall not have pro-worker. This is very woke, pro-worker. This is, again, the law of Moses. You shall not curse the deaf or put a stumbling block before the blind, but you shall fear your God. I am the Lord. Wow. So, people who are this is advocating on behalf of disabled people. Very, very interesting. You shall do no injustice in court. What are we seeing right now that's happening in immigration courts right now? Yeah, people who are following the letter of the law, who are going to their immigration court hearings, who are, trying to resolve that situation and obey the law to the fullest extent. What happens? They leave the courtroom, ICE kidnaps them, right? That's what happened. You can say, well, that's immigration enforcement. That's legal. It's enforced. It's like, what are you enforcing? They went to their court hearing. They're following the process. Okay, So, anyways, yeah. What is this? You shall do no injustice in court. Yet our country, we do so much. You shall not be partial to the poor or defer to the great, but in righteousness shall you judge your neighbor. Interesting. You shall not go around as a slanderer among your people, and you shall not stand up against the life of your neighbor. I am the Lord. You should not hate your brother in your heart, but you shall reason frankly with your neighbor, lest you incur sin because of him. Again, a lot of MAGA people, they don't want to reason with their neighbors. They just want to be Karens and, assault their neighbors. They want to browbeat people in public. I mean, we've seen how much, not only on TikTok, but in other places, you see MAGA people just flipping out over the stupidest things. It's so silly, Zechariah 7 verse 10, Micah chapter 6, yeah, etc. There's all these passages. Again, you shall not take vengeance or bear a grudge against the sons of your own people, but you shall love your neighbor as yourself. I am the Lord. Now, it's funny because a lot of Christians will say, well, Jesus, he said love your neighbor as yourself, and, he was a little, he's a hippie and all that stuff. It's like, no, this comes from the law of Moses. Like this is Leviticus. This is not Matthew. This is Leviticus. So that when Jesus said you shall love your neighbor as yourself, it's coming from the law of Moses. He's fulfilling the law of Moses. Okay. So anyways, my point is that the way Christianity has been commodified, it's become this sort of business, with the church. The church is basically a business because it operates in sort of a capitalist framework. You got to make money, you got to own property. And of course, through making money and owning property, what ends up happening? The churches end up becoming very corrupt. Why? Because they have to gain good graces with the local government. There's a lot of corruption between churches and local government. When it comes to property, when it comes to having a disproportionate say on the city council or the town council, for example. So the problem is that churches have effectively become dens of corruption. Because they operate like corporations with large amounts of land. For those who don't know, the state of Florida, 4%, okay? So that means 4 out of every 100 acres of land in the state of Florida is owned by churches. That's a huge statistic. You'd be like, oh, it's 4 out of 100. I'm like, that's massive. That's huge. It's a lot of land just for churches. It's all those big parking lots and mega church buildings. So yeah, so what am I saying with all this? I'm saying that Christianity in America has been McDonaldized. It's been commodified. It's something. It's basically it's not this sort of personal, deeply personal, sort of very, very introspective journey that you take as a person with God. For me, faith is very, very important. It's not just that I pray 3 times a day. It's not just that I read the Bible every day. It's not just the number of times I do something or the routine. It's what that routine entails, and what that routine entails for me is asking God every day, asking God every day, like, bring me more opportunities in my life to serve others, take me to those places, lead me to there, because I think that or not I think because that's what I ask God for. I don't ask God for, like, a raise at the a raise at work, or a blessing here and that. I know God is going to bless me. I have faith. God is going to bless me. What I ask God for is a guidance, right? Remember, one of the many names of God, other than Elohim and Adonai and all those other names we read about in the Old Testament, one of the names of God is Wonderful Counselor. And I think in American Christianity, because it's so commodified, we live in such a authoritarian, top-down type of society. We see God as this authoritarian sort of dictator, just like browbeating people, and just very cutthroat, right? We believe in a cutthroat version of God that's very authoritarian, when in reality, God is a wonderful counselor. Now, does God expect you to treat others well and to live your life well and treat yourself well? Of course, He does expect, God does expect that. But I think, but also, I think what's so important is, we talk about, you talk about journeys, how many times have we seen Jesus go on a journey? And I think that's super important. Jesus went on many journeys. Obviously, he was tempted for 40 days in the desert by the devil. I know that is written in the Gospels. Obviously, we're, if we want to talk about sort of interfaith and sort of, if we're talking to atheists, agnostics, of course, this is all metaphysical. Whether it really happened is debatable, and that's not a debate I want to entertain right now. But just from a sort of faith perspective and sort of a theological perspective, Jesus went on so many journeys. Jesus was traveling throughout the Levant, right? The region, that region of the world, the Holy Land. Jesus was constantly traveling, constantly going somewhere, constantly on a journey. If you just read about the life of Jesus in the 4 Gospels, you will see that, and even in some of the other Gospels, like that were not, that are out there, but that are not part of most Bibles, you will see that Jesus was always on some kind of journey. He was always going somewhere. And I think that's the thing is a lot of Americans think that once you're a Christian, all the boxes are ticked. You've achieved the American dream. You're done learning. You're done growing. You're better than everybody. You're accepted into this higher caste of society. When that is absolutely not the case. And then these same people, think, oh, I'm better than everybody. Then when somebody challenges their worldview or asks them to grow or consider something other than racism or to not be or tries to convince them to not be racist or homophobic or whatever, then the Christian says, oh, I'm persecuted, I'm being canceled, I'm being this, I'm being that, when no, it's simply a moment of growth. It's a teaching moment. And I think the fact that people are not willing to to accept teachable moments like that is a big problem in our society, and particularly a big problem in the Christian sphere. I'm really, really noticing this. So in upcoming episodes, we're going to talk about how modern American Christianity it has infiltrated itself in so many places now. Am I saying Christianity is bad? No, I personally am a follower of Jesus Christ. I know many people who don't, and that's perfectly fine. It's not my job to force them. It's not my role to force them. That's up to them. That's between them and God. It's not my choice as to whether other people are Christian or not. The important thing is how my treatment of myself and of others reflects my faith, right? How does that reflect on me as somebody who is a follower of Jesus Christ? And I think that's something a lot of American Christians miss. Instead, they just use it as a weapon. And so a weapon to maintain their social status, to maintain their standing, to win the argument, to put people in, to put people down. And unfortunately, that's what it's basically devolved into. And we're going to see in upcoming episodes, how for example, whether it's on social media or it's in the media itself, we're talking, PragerU, Fox News, looking at you. We're also going to look at how it's manifested itself in business, and particularly even how the church itself has become this capitalist enterprise and why that's not good long term, why it needs to be more community owned and community based. And yeah, we're going to go into all of that in this series. So I hope this at least introductory message, gets you to start thinking, gets you to start to pray more if you're a Christian, gets you to start to not only walk with God a little more, but at least look for those places in your life where you can grow as a person. If all you do Monday through Saturday is spend your time online or offline beating people or making fun of people or yelling at the wait staff at a restaurant or saying slurs online and all that stuff, I do genuinely believe that people like that, as much as we consider them annoying, as much as we have to unfortunately moderate, our online spaces against all of that kind of behavior, I do think that those people have the ultimate opportunity in front of them to grow and to learn and to have this not only introspection, but this sort of growth in their faith. I think faith is not something that you just acquire off of that you just get off a McDonald's combo menu and that fixes everything. That's not how it works. Faith is not some faith is not some panacea against all illnesses. It is rather it's this sort of it's a just like Jesus did in the four gospels. It's a journey you continuously go on. And so, yeah, I hope more people start to regard faith in that way, as a journey, as opportunities to grow, as opportunities to help others and serve others. Especially, we live in a world of such oppression and authoritarianism and capitalism and all of these things that are just eating our society out from the inside. Especially now, we're seeing all this sort of consolidation of wealth. One big fact I'll put out here, and I think we're actually going to talk about this in the business episode later, is the fact that there are almost 3,000 billionaires in the world now with a collective wealth of $16 trillion. Okay? And they didn't earn that money themselves. Of course, the millions of people who work for their businesses, their enterprises, made that money for them around the world. But the thing is that, you know, yeah, we have only 3,000 people who have 16 trillion with a T dollars in wealth concentrated in their own hands. And hunger's going up, poverty's going up, inequality's going, just all these things are going up in our world. This sort of class divisions are deepening. The caste system keeps getting reinforced in places like South Asia, but also other places. So like these oppressive systems, it's like, how do we as Christians, and even if you're somewhat of another faith or even of no faith, like how do we as human beings sort of have a future to look forward to? And I think faith, no matter what form it takes, even if it's not divine or metaphysical, I do think faith in any form can be a vehicle for saying, for declaring that yes, we can build a better future out of this what we're in right now. We can move on from this sort of toxic, self-destructive, stakeholder capitalism we find ourselves in now, and especially now it's turning into worldwide oligarchy. So how do we and I do firmly believe that interfaith coalition with others, interfaith coexistence with others, is one of the few keys to countering all of this, and to actually building a society and a world that where we can freely express our faith, we can freely we can freely be in community with one another, but also have that be all of us be that rising tide that lifts all of our boats. I think that's super, super important. So and the fact that Christianity is so commodified, I think this is a moment to step back and say, hey, what happened? Why are we like this? Why on Sunday morning are we praising God and the rest of the week being, hateful, abhorrent, abhorrent pieces of scum to other people? It's like, what happened? Like, well, how did we end up like this? And so I think more and more of us are asking this question. I'm seeing it all over the place, and that's a good thing. And I will continue to ask that question. So in this series, we're going to examine just sort of all the areas in which the sort of commodified McChristianity, there it is again, has affected society. Now, are there some positive ways in which it affected society? Perhaps, and I'll give credit where it's due, but generally what I'm seeing is not good. It's not good, the way the Christianity has been commodified, particularly in American society. And of course, we're going to look at the wider world of how that's been exported everywhere, as sort of an American cultural export. Being that America is still the world's biggest and most influential economy at the moment. So, but yeah, we'll continue to investigate that. But yeah, I hope you found this message, a little bit insightful. Even if you are a Christian who fully disagrees with me, I fully welcome disagreements. If you disagree, or even if you agree, write down in the comments below. Also, I stream on Twitch, twitch.tv/boymeetsmini, where I not only do this, I also do gaming, sim racing, and other things. If you'd like to check that out as a place to sort of chill out and find some cool people to be in community with, definitely check that out. We are also, Critical Faith Theory is in more places now. We are on Facebook at the moment, so facebook.com. You can find us there. And yeah, we're looking at other places to grow into as well. So anyways, thank you for coming. Hopefully this segment of Critical Faith Theory got you to think and got you to, and hopefully it was a growing moment for you. It certainly was for me in preparing this. So thank you very much. Shukriya. All right, let's bring you back. Chat is out of purgatory. It's 8 o'clock and I'm hungry. Darn, I ate enough earlier, but I'm hungry now. I'm feeling okay, but yeah. But hopefully you all found that interesting. I'm definitely gonna have to cut that down. Like I said, with editing, I have to cut it down. But yeah. Hopefully you all found that interesting. When we're doing the rest of the series, like, we're basically gonna, like, each episode is gonna be one particular area. So like the next episode might be about how could do that. Let me hydrate though first. But yeah, the upcoming series, the upcoming episodes I want to do for the channel are sort of around this topic, but in different spheres. So we're going to talk about like how they've impacted the music industry, sort of, you know, the business world, and of course, you know, the intersection of church and business. That's something people don't talk about enough. You know, MLMs. Evangelism, the expansion of the suburbs in America, you know, 50, 60 years ago. There's so many things. There's so many things to talk about, you know, currently and historically as to why it is the way it is. So yeah, McChristianity. Hopefully it's a good name for it, because that's like how I see it. Because like, again, around the world, Christians aren't really like this the way they are in America. It's weird. I find it very alien. The way Christians are in America. It's very alien to me. Boy, I'm tired. I've had a long day. I've been up since early morning. All right, everybody, we're gonna chill out now, though. We're gonna play some Baldur's Gate 3. So we're just gonna chill out and play some BG3. And mech, not mech. Okay, it might be my that I am a Californian. Yes, cringe, so cringe. Yeah, so cringe. All right, so let's change category. We're gonna play some Baldur's Gate 3, everybody. How do I change the category on YouTube? Oh, there it is. Gaming. We're going to change over to Baldur's Gate 3 on Twitch as well. Glad you all stuck around. I appreciate lurking and everything. I have been yapping a lot today. My goodness. We won't yap this much on future CFT streams. I plan to do this every Sunday. In fact, next Sunday we're going to do it in the morning Pacific time, so more people, even more people can join. So, because Sunday evening I have to go. I have to be somewhere Sunday evening. So yeah, we'll do Sunday morning next time, not evening, but usually it'll be Sunday evenings. Okay, let's get into it, shall we? Yeah, let's start Baldur's Gate 3, shall we? Thank you, Chainsaw. Appreciate it. Yeah, I am long-winded. I need to work on rehearsing a little bit more, like the real pastors do. Although pastors can drag on for much longer. Excuse me. I try to stay as focused as I can. Okay, Baldur's Gate 3 time. Who's ready? Play for about an hour or so, maybe an hour and a half, and then we'll raid out. So where we are at, oh, it's generating shaders. So while that's doing its thing, where we are at, basically we started the new Cleric run, I think. I have to remember where we are at. It's like toward the beginning. It's very beginning of Act 1. I don't think I fought the goblins at the I haven't fought all the goblins at the gate yet. I haven't done that. But I think that's our next thing. All right. That's my other character. Captain Bible, yes. For all who remember, we are... Oh, yeah, okay, well, never mind. We are in the Hollow. Okay, so I did call my guy Captain Bible, which is funny. I know the message didn't go through, but at the start I commented maybe a script or some note cards. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, yeah. I shoot from the hip. I shoot from the hip, but yeah, I can get repetitive. I get it. But yeah, it's going to be a lot of editing. But I have the general gist of it, but like, again, this is the introduction as well. So it's like, we have to start broadly, and then next time I'll have like obviously more notes, sources. We're going to be looking at a lot of things, so it's going to be pretty focused from here on out. But here we are. For those who probably don't remember, this is my character. Yes, I am a Dragonborn. And the reason I chose specifically a Copper Dragonborn is because Copper Dragonborns are chaotic good. They actually worship in the Drow Pantheon. There is, because I was looking for, okay, what is the most Christ-like or sort of like, Christ-coded deity in the Drow pantheon, and of course Elistray fits that bill very, very well, actually, because if you look, or Elistray, I guess is how you say it, or Ilistray, but she actually fits this very, very well, because if you look at her description, if you look at her description, due to a history of grief and loss and to the suffering of her people, melancholy and sadness were deeply rooted in Ilistray's heart. It was a hard battle to endure, one that could weigh her down. However, it also taught her to search for and nurture beauty everywhere, even in places like the Underdark, where it didn't seem to belong. Ilustray fought her melancholy by striving to bring hope and joy where there was sorrow, so that no moment was lost to gloom, and to make life flourish wherever she went. She learned to find happiness and peace in arts, especially music and dance, and simple things like seeing artists composing and performing, craftsmen at work, and people doing acts of kindness. Haha, there you go, acts of kindness. She especially took delight in helping the needy in various practical ways, with a soft spot for outcasts and blessing artists with sudden bursts of creativity and inspiration. So that was the closest I could get to a sort of, in the Drow Pantheon. That's the closest I could get. And so, yeah, we are a Copper Dragonborn Cleric. So if you look at our loadout, I am a Cleric. I got a really good, I got a Morningstar Mace, which is pretty cool. Yeah, and we're sort of at beginning stages. Let's see where we're at in the quest log. We need to, okay, Skeet the Nautiloid. We need to get help from healer Nettie. Nettie is in the inner sanctum. So let's see what that is on the map. That's here. So Nettie is, okay, Nettie is in here then, right? Yeah, Nettie is down here, I think. So, yeah, we're in the sort of, we're in Emerald Grove. This is actually a refugee camp for tieflings that had to escape. So, let's see if we have any trading to do, though.
Need anything else?
Hey, Philippe, good to see you.
Of course. But please, remember, you're not the only one in need.
Okay. Darian, Lizelle. Trying to see what else. I want to keep the shovel. That's useful. Oh, there's these gloves of power. On a hit with a weapon attack, possibly inflict a... Oh. Sure, why not? I'll give myself that. This is a ritual staff. We'll save that for Gale. Although we'll get a ton of ritual staff saves, so I'm not too worried about that. Do they have a good mace? They don't. Okay. Yeah, I think we're good on trade. We could probably buy some. How many potions? I got 2, 4, 2, 2. Okay, let's buy some potions. 120 a piece. So we can buy one. There we go. And then we'll give it to myself. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Awesome. All right, well, we have at least some gold, but we're very, very early game, so.
Sylvanus be with you.
All right.
With haste.
So we need to talk to Nettie. But first, what's this?
Hells! We can't just leave. They're kin!
I'll not gamble our lives, our futures, on people who are as good as dead.
We must leave for Baldur's Gate at once.
Can we all just take a moment, please?
What's the point in blazing spells if we don't bloody use them? We should stay. These people aren't fighters. We can help.
Or yell louder. That's fine too.
Ooh. Interesting. The goblins will be back. Clan, no. Ah, we failed that check. Well, nice. Okay.
No. This place is a death trap. Let us leave. Immediately. Or would you deny your brother here his chance at fortune in Baldur's Gate? But it is nevertheless true. We've risked everything to get this far. We can't afford to throw it all away.
Fine. Let's sneak away like God's damned cowards. But if something happens to these people, it's on us. I hope you know that.
Oh boy, so they're going.
Waiting's getting to me.
Well, we couldn't convince those three to stay. So basically the storyline here is the tieflings are refugees. And they're staying in this makeshift camp. Now, this place is called Emerald Grove. It is a shrine to the god Sylvanas. Okay, so Sylvanas is one of the gods of the Drow pantheon. And so, obviously, these tieflings do not worship Sylvanas. So there's sort of a schism growing here, basically, between the locals and the refugees. Very, very interesting narrative. Icaron, who's this?
We've known enough grief this 10-day traveler. Don't be the cause of more.
Okay, that's just, okay. Looting. Here we go. There's some pretty decent loot here. There we go. Camp supplies. This is like Dr. Seuss.
No helping it. We're exposed now.
I remember reading Dr. Seuss when I was a kid. You know, one fish, two fish. Ramira.
Damn goblins.
Yeah, she was one of the people who fought the goblins.
Oh, I was just gonna let it fall off, stick it in my satchel. Ain't letting anyone here near me. They all sat and watched while Zevlor near got us killed. Oh, very gracious of you. We expected a soft job. Something to test the new lad, maybe, but not a bloody goblin nest. Most would have turned tail at the sight, but not Liam, no. He charged him, the stupid bastard. These weren't no normal goblins. And Liam weren't no friend, all right? Just another raw recruit, thought he was in some storybook.
Okay.
Small mercies.
She's, I mean, obviously, after the goblin attack, she is really, really mad.
Small mercies.
Okay. Yeah, nothing we can loot here. Yeah, I don't want to spend too much time talking to these people. I want to...
Too late! Looking at you is painful enough.
By the way, obviously, you know, I've mentioned it many times on stream, but if you're able to help, now again, I am affiliate, so I do accept subscriptions. Oh.
This seems like a lovely little...
I do accept subscriptions. I'm fine with that, but if you're wanting to gift subscriptions, I would suggest instead we do have a charity drive at the moment. So if you can help out, we're helping out a family that I know through the Switch community who need our help with monthly expenses because they're dealing with cancer treatments. So accessing those, and also they're taking care of a 2-year-old kid who's really, really cute. So anything you can do to help! !charity. And there's 2 ways to give: GoFundMe or Ko-fi. Either way is good. We are tracking the GoFundMe here, so we did just recently. We got past $300, so that is good news. Who is this Octa?
Touch me and I'll fight
You! Saw you fighting those slimy bastards. Fancy a bowl? Best to fill your belly now, while we still can. You've been on hard times too, huh?
And so good to see you. We did the we covered the we already covered the dreadful essay from Oklahoma University, and then I also did my CFT message. So now we're sort of, you know, we're chilling out in Baldur's Gate 3. How are you? By the way, everyone give Ions a follow. How's your night been? Hopefully it's been good. There you go.
That doesn't mean it's behind us, though, does it? Here, have more.
Oh, that
You'll need
looks
every bit of strength to
not
make it to Baldur's
appetizing, but
Gate.
okay.
Trust me.
Gruel. Haha, that reminds me of Cult of the Lamb. That does remind me of Cult of the Lamb. Let's see. Where is it? Where did she give it to us? Oh, I guess it goes in our camp supplies. Yeah, I guess it's in our camp supplies. Okay. Auntie Ethel. Well, we got an auntie over here. Let's see.
If it isn't the talk of the camp. It's a rare day when I see one of you lot about. Thank goodness you came along when you... Oh! There isn't a bit of color in those...
This was my
cheeks.
cleric, by the way.
Are you hurt? Cold? Feverish? Auntie Ethel will sort you out. I've lotions and potions galore. Oh, nothing as fancy as that. But I come from a long line of women with a dab hand at such things. Aha! You take a sup at that and you'll feel right as rain, sweetie.
Uh...
Oh, 'tis just a healing potion, nothing fancy. Here.
Uh-oh.
You just look like you might need a pick-me-up.
I
I'm
don't
sorry to
trust.
go on about it. But are you all right? You're looking awful peaky.
Yeah, I don't know that we trust Auntie Ethel.
Don't get your knickers in a twist. I was only asking. Now, do you need anything? I have a few odds and ends for sale. Hey, bother.
What have they got? Potion of invisibility. Oh, we got a potion of greater healing. Okay, so nothing too bad. Okay, she gave it to us anyways. All good. Yeah, it's one of these, so it's a better potion. Giant hill strength. Nah, we can find all this stuff out there.
Now, sweetie.
Okay. So, yeah, let's go talk to Nettie. A is for Azith and other gods. Thing. Okay.
Need something?
I keep clicking on my companions. Okay. Okay, enough camp supplies. Let's talk to Will.
Children, look who's here. Step, parry, strike, damn it! It's just not landing. Nothing but. Goblins in the wild, out for blood, and the druids in here looking to kick us out. Or worse. We need to be ready for a fight. But I'm useless with a sword.
Yeah, I should be able to get this one. There we go.
I'll try and brace them better. Like so. Step, brace, parry, swing. Yes! You really know what you're doing. Found this by the road. Bet you'll put it to good use.
One last thing, don't shout out your moves like that. Spoils a surprise for your foe. True.
Oh, yes. I'll bite my tongue when the time comes.
Keep training in time, you'll make short work of goblins.
Hopefully, it's just the goblins we have to worry about. The druids are treating us like vermin. But I'll keep at it. Thank you.
Okay. And then we got something, right? What did we get? We got a battle axe. Oh, that's pretty cool. 4 to 13 damage. We'll give it to Lae'zel. Who's this? Asherak.
The Blade of Frontiers. What a thrill for the children.
They're tough kids. Smart.
Hey, look, it's Lewis Hamilton, everybody.
Future's in good hands.
Where is he? There he is.
Go on. Give me a best shot. Not bad. Again.
I can't do it. I'm not like you.
Umi, I don't need you to be like me. You just have to buy enough time to run. Come on. I believe in you. You can do this.
Heed the man's words, child. His form is highly efficient.
Kind words in unkind times, my friend. Well met. The Blade of Frontiers at your...
The man's smile bends downward.
Oh.
And his thoughts become yours.
He also has the thing behind his eye.
Frontiers racing through the wastes of Avernus. Just ahead, a diabolical figure, red skin, single curled horn, blazes with flame, bloodied great axe held high.
Hell's great fires. You were on the ship.
Yes, and we both carry parasites behind our eyes.
Doomed to shed our skin and become a lithid, or so the stories go. But we haven't sprouted any tentacles. Not yet, anyway. Could just be good luck. I'm not so...
Your minds collide once more. Will chases the fiend ignited with rancor. She is an infernal war devil. A threat to the living. Evil incarnate.
Shit! You saw her. Advocatus Diaboli.
Cavorting with devils, I see. You should consider better company.
A fiend makes for poor company. Unless it's been stuffed and mounted on your wall. Her name is Karlach. An archdevil soldier I swore on my good eye to kill. I tracked her through the hells to the Mindflayer ship. But the damned Illithids infected me before I could end her. She's out there now, preying on the innocent. I don't kill her, she'll leave behind nothing but a trail of corpses.
Let's just do number 2 for now.
Just so you know, my first duty is Karlach. I'm oath-bound to go after her. But I won't deny this infection is bothersome. I accept your invitation. Sorry, but there's no room for me.
Meet me at
A
camp.
splendid plan. We'll talk more there.
Alright, we'll take a little later, I think. We have a pretty good crew so far. You know, Shadowheart. We've got Shadowheart, Lae'zel, and Asterion. Astarion's great for lockpicking. Who's this random kid?
He stares right past you, as if you're invisible. Or boring.
Staring right past him. Okay. I see. Anything else on your mind?
He's still staring right past you.
Hey, Realtus, good to see you. We're gonna end stream soon, but yeah, good to see you. Doing all right. It's been a long day. How about you? Turn around.
You see nothing out of the ordinary. As you turn back, the child slips between the rocks.
Okay. Nope. Nope. Darn. Yeah, let's not waste inspiration.
You look the rocks over, but find no sign of a way
I know,
through.
weekend's over already, right? It went so fast. Alright, well, we couldn't get between the rocks. Ooh, metallic gloves. Let's give that to Lae'zel. You know?
How delicious.
Gonna give that to Asterion. Okay. Lockpick. Asterion is very, very good at lockpicking. See, even with 9, I still get it, yeah. Ooh. Nice. Good stuff.
Looking ahead.
Alright.
Must be on my way.
So, our next quest is to go down to Nettie, who's in here. So we have to go down the stairs and around, it looks like. Yeah, we have to go down the stairs and around.
Please, let us through. Let my daughter go right now.
Uh-oh.
She's a thief, hellspawn. And you will wait for Korga's judgment. Now get back!
Oh, let me through, Mragrasham, or I'll rip your damn throat out.
Turned into a bear, oh boy. Yeah, what was that about? Let's talk to them. Who is this? Rachel.
Lives are at stake, and the cowards only care about their bloody rituals.
Those gods.
I'd rather you not get eaten by a bear.
We could help each other. Fight the goblins together. Instead, these fools are trying to chase us away.
Okay. Well, I guess we confront them. Hopefully we don't have to fight a bear, or a man turned into a bear. See, this is the whole question about choosing the bear. It's like, what do you really... I guess we're choosing both now? I don't know. Anyways.
Yes, I see.
Magrin.
Calm, Magrin. Give them a chance. You, get back.
I'm not looking for trouble. Can't you just let me by?
No, and you'll find trouble all the same unless you get out of my sight.
A moment, Giona.
What? Oh, I understand. You. Apparently Korga wants to see you. Go ahead.
All right. Excuse me. Wow, I'm tired today. My goodness. Who's this? Tusk. Cute. There are a lot of cute little animals here. Who's this? Apicusis?
Speak.
I'm looking for a healer. Can you help me?
Find Nettie in her room. Through the carved door, deeper in the grove.
Okay, so we gotta go inside. Okay. What were you saying to the bird?
The bird knows. She needs to know. You do not.
Fair. Yeah, fine. We'll respect it. Ooh, there's a plaque. What does the plaque say?
By Sylvanus, the Forest Father, we are granted balance.
Yeah, so this grove is a shrine to Sylvanas. You can see they have around the idol, they have a ward around it, a ward of protection. Pretty interesting. Oh, hey, we can pick some herbs. Might as well. They're not marked for steel, so makes do some recipes with it. Nothing else we can pick up really. Alright, let me actually do some... Let's do some... I don't have enough of that. Yeah, nothing I can... Okay. Alright. I'm gonna hard save here. We're gonna go inside and talk to Koga and also talk to Nettie and see if we can get any healing from our current infection that's behind the eye. Basically, we have a mind flayer parasite. All of us here have a mind flayer parasite behind our eyes. Uh-oh. There's the kid. Oh no.
I'm sorry.
This is madness, Korga. She's just a...
A what, Wrath? A thief? A poison? A threat? I will imprison the devil. And I will cast out every stranger.
Thief, poison, what's the girl's actual crime? Or we could say imprison her, she's just a child.
She's a parasite.
Oh, come on.
She eats our food, drinks our water, then steals our most holy idol in thanks. Wrath, lock her up. She remains here until the rite is complete. And keep still, devil. Tila is restless.
Come, Korga. We took back the idol. Surely...
Do it.
Can we get this? Can we do 12? We could add a bonus. Let's add a guidance, just in case. Yes, we cleared it. Nice.
Very well. She may go.
Lazel disapproves, of course.
Break your word, and my serpent shall feed. Sif, Tila to me. Out, thief. My grace has its limits.
It hurts.
Ooh.
Thank you, Korga. Master Halsin...
Halsin isn't here. Keep his name off your tongue, lest Tila pierce it.
Well, at least freed the kid from getting, you know, bitten by a snake. Oh, yeah, let's talk to Shadow.
I know that look. You're wondering why I was in pain before. Let's just clear the air about that now. It's just an old wound that hurts me from time to time. Nothing to be concerned about. It's nothing to do with the tadpoles, at least, in case your imagination is in danger of getting away from you.
So she had it from before.
It's
okay.
just something I have to live with.
How badly does it hurt?
Quite a lot, if I'm being honest. But it always passes quickly, so I can manage.
Okay. Cool. Alright. So, we came here to see Nettie, but let's meet with Koga first. Let's see what all is going on here. Okay, so there's a bunch of plaques we can read, which these are really, really interesting. If you see, there's all these murals on the wall.
Forest rose with claw and tooth to tear the darkness from its roots. The mural depicts druid and beast fighting together to drive monsters from their land. It looks like they were victorious, and yet the monsters have returned.
Okay. Wellspring plaque. What's this?
By claw and tooth from root to thorn, the old oak's grove to wildlings sworn. The mural shows druids claiming the grove in the name of the old oak, Sylvanus, god of nature.
Okay. And logbook 12? Logbook 12, 1371. What is this? Let me read that. This hefty book is labeled 1371. It's stamped with an elegant stag against a dark green background. I guess this is a journal. Sent 2 druids, some of the newer recruits up north. The village there has had 2 years of failed crops and are unlikely to survive the next winter. On the 9th, a group from Baldur's Gate arrived. They set up camp on the edge of the forest. 2 bears and a fox came by. Their territory has been burned. Oof. Half the fox's cubs died. Paying this new group a visit tomorrow. Rip. On the 10th, this did not go well. After telling me where to shove it, they said they'd cut down half the forest and burn out any wildlife. Oh boy. Mudslide did the trick. Buried half their farming equipment, made the rest useless. So did they trigger a mudslide? That's kind of... Huh. Oh, okay. Silver. Does silver talk? No. Let's see. You want to try this? F5 just in case. I do have animal handling proficiency, so I should be okay. Yeah.
The wolf's fur bristles. He wants to jump, wants to bite. His eyes dart back and forth as he sniffs the air. He can't see them anymore, but he can smell them. Many, many strangers. The wolf bares his teeth. He doesn't take orders from you. He would chase you down if not for his master.
Okay. Good thing we quick saved there. I don't know what would have happened otherwise. Ooh, it's in the chest. Okay. Can I make anything? No. Ooh, okay. So we need to go to Nettie. I believe Nettie is... Where is Nettie? Nettie's over here in this room. Okay, Nettie's over here. Alright, now we're going to talk to Nettie to somehow at least start to find a cure for our problem.
I see you. Just give me a moment.
Vis medicatrix.
There.
Hey, the burb's flying
Life
again.
or death. Now, what was it you needed?
Healing. Looks like I came to the right person.
I do what I can. For most folks, that's enough. Come here. Let's have a look at you. You seem healthy enough. A bit tired around the eyes, maybe.
No good way of putting this. I have a tadpole in my head. Oh boy.
A tadpole? A mind flayer tadpole?
You know of them. Can you help me?
I'll do what I can. Come, follow me. I might be able to help. We need to be quick. This way.
Ooh.
Head on in.
Okay.
There's something in there. This one had the same problem as you. Attacked us in the woods together with some goblins. Tadpole crawled out of his head soon after.
The drow and I have the same kind of parasite.
Seems so. Gave Master Halson a right start. It's why he joined the adventurers on their expedition. To find out what was happening. A pity you got me instead of him. He understands these things, studied them. Still, we have options. You don't have to be here for this.
So tired.
I will remain. I have a vested interest.
Probably raid out soon. I'm very tired.
All right. Let's see what we can do.
What's that plant? Will it help?
She shifts uneasily, hesitating. Something's off.
It might. But first things first. Tell me about your symptoms. Have you noticed anything strange happening?
I can merge my mind with anyone else that's infected.
Victims can identify each other. Not that the others know they're victims, of course. How'd you pick up the parasite? Halsin was desperate to find where all this was happening.
On a Mind Flayer ship, I was kidnapped and infected.
A Mind Flayer ship? But Master Halsin was sure. Look, you've been straight with me, so I'll be straight with you. You're dangerous. If you transform here, we're all dead. But you seem like a good soul. You deserve a chance to save yourself. This is a vial of wyvern poison. Swear to me, you'll swallow it if you feel any symptoms.
Poison? I mean, we're a cleric, so let's do it.
I hope it doesn't come to that, but thank you. Here. You know, I've spent my life treating folk and never once saw a Mind Flayer infection. Then suddenly, there's dozens of you. Maybe more. Master Halsin and I were tracking them, studying them, trying to figure out what the hells was going on. Because you should all be changing. There should be a small army of Mind Flayers out there. But you're not. Weird powers aside, you seem perfectly normal.
What do you mean should be changing?
Mind Flayers reproduce by infecting someone with their parasite. 7 gruesome days later, the victim transforms and a new Mind Flayer is born. The thing in your skull, though, it's different to anything in our records. It's one of their worms for sure. But this one gives you powers. Telepathic connections. And it doesn't turn you into one of them. Not yet, anyhow.
Okay. You said you were tracking other victims. Did they change?
Hard to say. But there's a lot we don't know. Infected, folks like you, have been converging on an old temple of Selûne. And I've no idea why. When Master Halsin heard the adventurers were heading that way, he saw a chance to get answers. Joined on the spot. Whatever he found there, he didn't make it back.
Do you think he's still alive?
I think so. I hope so. I've sent birds to find him, but they can't get close without goblins trying to shoot them down. You, though, you're one of them. Technically speaking, I mean. They won't kill someone carrying their parasite. If you can find Halsin and get him out of there, we can discover what he learned. And perhaps he can save your life. How's that sound?
Alright. We'll find him.
Thank you. It would mean everything to the Grove. To me. I wish I could tell you more. But only those adventurers know what happened out there. All I can say for sure is they all went to the old temple of Selûne. And Master Halsin didn't make it back.
Oh no.
Good luck out there. And if things start to go bad, remember the vial. Remember your oath.
Well.
At a time.
So, we got this wyvern toxin. Cut your active... Oh, this is useful, though. We can coat our weapon with it, which is very, very cool. So, anyways. But we'll have to probably keep it.
Nonetheless.
Yeah.
Better than becoming a Mind Flayer. Keep it, in case things start to go very wrong.
Alright, well, I'm getting very tired, folks. I cannot stay awake. I am extremely tired. I have had a very, very long day. So we're going to save here. Thanks for coming, everybody. Let's just do an exit save there. Perfect. All right, let's raid out. Man, I'm so tired. Let's find someone let's find someone to. My voice is tired too. We were doing Christmas music rehearsal today, so my voice is tired, as you can imagine. Yes, have a good night, everybody. But stick around for the raid. Let's go raid someone we haven't raided in a while. That haven't had a chance to raid recently. You know what? Let me see what this guy's doing. You know what? We're gonna go raid our friend Daharumba. I haven't had a chance to raid him in a minute, and you know, he you know, covers a lot of current events and stuff, but also plays Factorio and other nerdy games. Is big into 40k. So if you love Warhammer 40k, scream if you love Warhammer 40k. Yeah, Daharumba is a good friend of ours. I've been on his stream before too. So we're gonna go and raid Daharumba. So let me get that started. Thanks for coming tonight. Appreciate it. Thank you, by the way, I forgot to mention earlier because we were so busy. Thank you for the 5 stream streak. Thank you, Discount Seth Rogen, for the 5 stream streak. Appreciate it. So let's go and raid you out to Daharumba. And there's the raid message. Of course, don't do the beginning part, just the actual raid message. I should probably change that. But yeah, there's the raid message, everybody. Thank you for coming tonight. Appreciate it. Hopefully you all found that critical faith theory stuff really interesting. I do plan to do more segments of that, especially of the McChristianity series. They will be going up on YouTube soon, hopefully. I want to get these edits done. So I have a little more time in my hands, so I can definitely do edits. So, but yeah, we're working on those. But anyways, have a good night. Rest up. I'm definitely going to rest up. I'm tired. And yeah, we'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow night, we're going to be doing Cyber Mondays. We're going to go over some tech stuff. Actually, you know what? Let's skip Cyber Monday this week. We'll do it next week. You know, we'll do some racing tomorrow night. How about that? We'll do some Assetto Corsa Rally, maybe some Le Mans Ultimate, probably hop in some lobbies, and then yeah, that's what we'll do tomorrow night. Just some sweaty racing and stuff like that. So maybe some Cyberpunk as well. I think it should be good to cool off. But anyways, we'll see y'all tomorrow around 4:30 p.m. Pacific, 4:30 p.m. Pacific. We'll see you then. Yeah, until then, you know, take care. Have a good night.